Good morning. We will call to order this October 22nd, 2019 meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Supervisor Cerna?
Here.
Peters?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
You have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T UVerse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, October 25th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. This meeting is also broadcast live on KUBU Radio on 96.5 FM. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch. Members of the audience wishing to address the board may fill out a speaker slip and hand it to staff. When the chair calls your name, please come to the podium. Also, please silence your electronic devices at this time.
Thank you. Would you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, for your consent matters, items 1 through 53. For item 8, you are introducing an ordinance amending section 2.01.017 of Title II of the Sacramento County Code to establish the fee schedule for voter registration and elections. For calendar years 2020 and 2021, you're waiving full reading and continuing to November 5th for adoption. For item 9, you're introducing an ordinance amending Chapters 2.99.050 and 2.99060, Title II of the Sacramento County Code relating to first 5 Sacramento Commission members' membership term limits. You're waiving reading and continuing to November 5th for adoption. For item 26, you are adopting an ordinance repealing Chapter 6.90, Title VI, and also amending Chapter 16.18, Title 16 of the Sacramento County Code relating to butane resale regulation. You waived reading on this on October 8th. And then finally for item 31, you're introducing an ordinance amending Chapter 6.20, Title 6 of the Sacramento County Code relating to solid waste management. You're waiving reading on this and continuing to November 5th for adoption. And that concludes the clerk's notes.
Thank you. Please give me a moment. Do some housekeeping. Okay. All right. Are there any members of the board that would like to have any questions or comments on items on the consent calendar? Mr. Natoli.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you could call item 32 and then following that, item 37, Madam Clerk, I wanted to.
Okay, 32 and 37. Let me get to. For item 32, authorize the Director of Waste Management and Recycling to execute an agreement in the amount of $6 million for short-term processing of green material with Recology Blossom Valley Organics North, a California corporation, beginning upon execution and ending on June 30th, 2020, with optional 1-month terms until October 31, 2020.
My question on this, and thank you, Nab, for pointing this out yesterday, in our briefing. So am I given to understand that for a 3-month period, it's going to be $2 million? So this is going to roughly run about $700,000 a month. Is that accurate? Again, it was kind of tough to follow as I went back through this again. That started out with $4 million. We're going to $6 million, which takes us from June 30th of next year through October 31st of next year. And I see Doug's in the audience too, so I'm trying to get some understanding about what this is roughly costing us per month with this extension. I see Doug's there.
Have Doug answer that.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Cerna? Your comment? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Good morning, Doug.
Go ahead, Doug, yes.
Doug Sloan, Director for Department of Waste Management and Recycling. Our costs are for green waste. We currently pay about $28 to $30 per ton. We did 2 RFPs. One was for short term for the next few years. The next one was a longer term. Those costs are running closer to $100 to $110 a ton for the short term. So our costs have basically tripled for getting rid of green waste.
So I guess my question, though, Doug, is that from November 1st, next week, through June of next year, to the end of June, it's $4 million. But then from July to October, it's another $2 million. So why is that? Seems like it's a premium to me for a 3-month period, basically, versus for what would be a 9-month period. We get for $4 million. So why is it that it's costing us more for that if we have to go to a year from now versus making other arrangements between now and next June to do something else? It's still going to cost us, obviously. But so why are we paying a premium for that next 3-month period?
So the vendor that we're paying right now about $30 a ton, the material is going up to Butte County.
Right.
He has ended the contract as of November 1st.
Yes.
So we're doing this recology contract to get us through longer term. Once we get to later this year, my expectation is that we'll have another vendor contract that we can use to offset some of the costs that would be cheaper than the $110 a ton that we're going to pay recology. And that would kick in theory, in July when we can.
Okay, because what I'm seeing here is that for roughly a 9-month period, or 8 months, I guess, we're paying $4 million, and for I guess it would be a 4 months, so maybe it's equally divided here. I don't know. It just seems like it's a lot of money, and particularly for that last 3 months.
I'm sorry, I didn't clarify that enough. I think there'll be a second contract starting in July.
Yeah.
So we'll send the material to 2 different vendors. The second vendor would be cheaper than this one.
Okay.
So we're only expecting to spend this much with recology.
So the optional term, you don't expect to, at least from what you know today, obviously those marketplaces can change. You don't expect that we're going to have to maybe, at least expend this amount of money. We're going to expend some amount of money, but it may be for 2 vendors and maybe be able to reduce some of the costs. Okay. All right.
And we're still in negotiations on the longer term contracts.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you on that item then. That's all I had. And then item 37, if I could, Mr. Chair.
Item 37 is the approval of compensation agreement in the amount of $96,000 upon demolition of 3299 Point Pleasant Road, located in the Beachstone Lake flood area.
Okay. I don't know if somebody's here on this item. Michael, if you could come, please. I understand, we've been working with property owners, and certainly I would just say the preferred approach, at least in my view, has been to try to work to provide flood protection to the community. And I know that this board obviously has given direction around home elevation. I guess I want to just ring the bell just a little bit here that I understand what we're doing here. We have a looks like a modular home that has flooded on several occasions, and obviously the flood insurances, the premiums, as you pointed out, are significant for repeated flooding events that have affected this structure. What I don't want to get into, and very honestly, is that somehow we begin to buy houses in an area that is an established community, and yes, people say they're going to rebuild, but they've got to rebuild at a different elevation. It begins to change the aesthetic of the community, because then they pad up, and then these houses, a new house sits 20 foot higher. May not be quite that high, but let's say relatively speaking, it's going to be a number of feet higher. This is one of the smaller lots in the Point Pleasant community, and I don't want to get in a situation where we begin to buy houses and then we end up creating this kind of vacuum or kind of a ghost town effect. And I don't think that's the intent of Water Resources, but I want to make it really clear that Point Pleasant's been around since 1860, and we've taken a different strategy. This board has debated about whether we would provide flood protection at Lambert Road. Direction's been given that we would provide flood protection around individual houses or support house raising. I do not want to get in a situation that where we begin to buy houses and then it's left to a property owner to come in and try to build another house, and that may or may not ever happen. And so, again, I just want to be clear about that, Michael. I don't think that's the intent here, but this is the first one that we've actually purchased the house, it's going to be raised, it's going to be gone, and now we got a vacant lot. And if that were to begin a practice, I would just say I'm going to raise some red flags about that in the Point Pleasant community. So I don't know if you want to offer any.
Well, sure. The intent has never been to go into a buyout program. For this specific case, the value of the structure and the cost to elevate don't match up. It would never be cost beneficial to elevate this house based on what its value. Rather, real estate's valued it and said a replacement cost for a modular building of the same size is what is being offered. We're not taking ownership of the property.
Right, I understand.
So this is unique in terms of how we've either raised homes or elevated homes in the past in other parts of the county. It's just simply the small size and the relatively dilapidated condition of this structure lend it much more to having it torn down and then providing compensation such that they can replace it with an actually a far better quality structure of about the same size, which is the intent.
Okay. Well, and again, I wasn't reading anything into the intent here, and it may be a unique circumstance, but when we support house raising, it's with a AISE, not a AZING. So, yeah.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Very good.
Your
Thanks.
questions answered. Thanks.
Good. Okay. Thank you. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Cerna.
Great, thank you. Just had a comment on item 26.
That. On item 26, you're adopting the ordinance repealing Chapter 6.90, Title 6, and amending 16.18, Title 16 of the Sacramento County Code relating to the butane resale regulation.
Great, thank you. So I understand that the action that we're going to take on this today really is intended just to bring us into parity with the state law relative to regulating butane. But I just wanted to note that in the board letter, there is a sentence here that would imply that for some reason it might leave someone with the impression that it was not of utility here in the county when we say that law enforcement and the district attorney did not ever use the ordinance, which again would leave the reader thinking that this was somehow not useful in protecting the public. And I just want to point out the fact that because of this ordinance has been in place locally, which restricts all kinds of, or puts all kinds of restrictions on the sale of butane, including high volume sales, that has been keeping the public safe for the last couple years. So,
I think, Flo, we should reflect that in the record.
thank you.
Any others? Yes, Ms. Peters.
Oops. Thank you. Flo, I would like to pull item 2 and 9. You'd read them?
Okay. Item number 2 is the adoption of the 2020 Board of Supervisors meeting calendar.
I would like to suggest a continuance on this item. There have been so many changes to the board letter, including just a little while ago, that I haven't had time to check my calendar or do any research on whether these dates work for me. So I'm going to move for continuance on this item.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Supervisor Natoli is punched in.
Yeah, it wasn't on that item, so it's just
Okay.
yeah. So
Okay, so there's been an item, motion and a second. Please vote.
can we continue to what date? Till the 5th, November?
Continue to.
November the 5th.
November 5th?
Okay.
Okay?
That's fine.
Unanimous vote. And then for item number 9, you are introducing an ordinance amending chapters 2.99.050 and 2.99060, Title 2 of the Sacramento County Code relating to first 5 Sacramento Commission membership term limits.
Okay, thank you. I read this item. I don't really understand why we would want to extend the terms of these positions. I look at these kind of committees and groups as a way to educate the public on what's going on on them, and I don't see any need to extend the terms. So
Ms.
maybe
Gala,
somebody could answer that.
I believe we do have someone here.
Yes. Good morning, Supervisors. Basically for 2 reasons.
Introduce yourself,
Oh,
please.
sorry. I'm Julie Golello. I'm the Executive Director of First 5 Sacramento. 2 reasons. Primarily, currently the way the term limits run is they can serve for 3 times for 2-year terms. And I'm asking for 2 term limits of 4 years instead, because the every other year is just kind of chaotic, and then they have to reapply. And just for continuity, we do end up doing our strategic planning every 3 years. We have commissioners sitting on 3 working subcommittees, as well as our ad hoc strategic planning committee. So it just is chaotic and disruptive to have them keep coming and going.
I understand. I mean, they do that in Congress, so
And how well is that working out?
Yeah.
This was just my
You
way
could
of
fix your strategic
yeah.
planning situation by planning the dates differently. I just don't see the need for it.
You know, I'll speak to that just briefly as Mr. Cern is alternate on the board. This is very, very technical issues that we deal with, and I'll tell you, as someone who's now served on it for almost 5 years, or no, actually, it's only been 3 or 4. The first couple of years is a learning experience.
It is.
And so that's why I supported it when I was on the board.
No, I appreciate that, and I want to let Ms. Peters know as well that I had a lot of consultation with Julie as chair of the First 5 Commission to really think through why this change makes a lot more sense, especially as it relates to the timing, the scheduling of our strategic planning process. I think, to Julie's point, it really does make for a much better continuity.
Thank you.
Plan to support it.
Anything else? All right, so we're going to continue item number 2. We already did. I do have speaker slips on 2 items. I'm going to pull.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Supervisor Jolie.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out on the consent calendar that just a note of correction on item 46. I know all those reclamation districts, for the most part, are in District 5, but in item 46, that's actually in District 1.
Right.
Yes,
It's
we
already
did know.
1,000.
Oh, you get that? Okay, okay, got it. I just want to make sure. So, okay, I own most of them, but
got
not all.
that
Okay, very good. Thanks.
It was pointed out to us.
Okay, great. Okay.
It'll be corrected on the action summary. It'll
Okay,
show.
that's all I have. Thanks.
Okay. So I do have speaker slips. I'm going to pull item number 15 off of consent, and we will hear that after we voted on the consent calendar. I do have 1 speaker slip for item number 13. I will entertain that now, and at this point, keep that on consent. So I will call for item number 13, David Andre.
Item 13 is the retroactive authorization to execute agreement for gang violence suppression program between District Attorney's Office and the City of Sacramento Police Department.
Good morning, board members and members of the public. Gang suppression in Sacramento at a time when police violence has skyrocketed, when unhoused people are pushed into the rain by city officials, by actually Sacramento city police officials. These type of contracts need to be scrutinized to do what's really best for our community, to bring us all up so that our children grow up in an environment of community involvement and not see their parents, their brothers, their sisters in this endless cycle of police state violence. Please join with myself and others and vote no for one thing on this jail, and please scrutinize this legislation that you're talking about with a heart towards your own family members and the rest of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions of the board? All right, then I will entertain a motion on the remainder of the consent calendar.
So I would move the consent calendar with the exception of item 15.
Yes.
Right.
Second.
And those have been continued.
We have a motion and a second by Supervisor Frost. All those, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
You ready for item 15?
Yes.
Item 15, authorization to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Superior Court of California, County of Sacramento to accept funding from the Judicial Council of California for the pretrial pilot program in the amount of $8,159,903, retroactive to the term of August 9th through June 30th, 2021. Approval of appropriation adjustment request in the amount of $3,276,232. Approval of a salary resolution amendment adding 14 full-time positions, limited term positions, and 1 FTE permanent position, and approval of the 3 upgraded replacement vehicles.
Okay, Mr. Wagstaff, if you could give us some brief background on this and give
Absolutely.
the opportunity for
Thank you,
board members to ask
Supervisor.
questions.
Bruce Wagstaff, Deputy County Executive for Social Services. This item relates to the successful effort that probation, our Department of Probation, has been involved in with the Superior Court. They have received an important state grant to expand our efforts in a significant way to provide an alternative to incarceration for persons who are in pre-trial status. It would address the issues you're going to hear more about later this afternoon with the other initiatives that we have underway. But it also gives us an important head start on the bail reform efforts that are going on statewide. You've heard about this before with SB 10, the initiative that's on the ballot. This gives Sacramento County an expanded effort to get ready for all of that. And it utilizes an assessment tool for this purpose that is an evidence-based instrument that has been empirically tested and is viewed as a best practice. So we view this as a very significant initiative, and we look forward to your approval.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions from the board? All right, then I will take public testimony, and I will say that I do have a number of comment cards here, and we, of course, welcome the participation of the public to speak on anything on the agenda. However, I ask you to keep your comments to item 15, and if this, if you start addressing an item that is on the agenda later, I will admonish you and ask that you appear to speak at that time on that item. So. I'm going to do something a little unorthodox and call for a pause on item number 15 because I just realized that I have 26 speaker cards, and we do have a few members of the audience who are here for item number 54, which will just take a very short period of time.
Okay. Item 54 is the presentation of resolution proclaiming the week of October 20th, 2019 as National Friends of the Libraries Week.
Thank you, members of the board and the public. I'm proud to be here today as the board chair to proclaim National Friends of the Library Week, October 20th through the 26th. We all know the value of the library in our community. I think the library system in this community is really second to none in the nation. There was a time when libraries were all about people going, looking in card catalogs and finding a book, reading it, checking it out. That has transformed into what really is a full-service library that actually offers educational opportunities for people, opportunities to check out items that are useful in their daily lives. You can publish books in the library. There's so many things that we do in libraries now that have never been done before. And really, with the leadership of our library staff and the Friends of the Library, we really in Sacramento County have taken libraries to a really extraordinary next level. So with that, I'd like to present this to Rivka Sass and the Friends of the Library and give them an opportunity to say a few words.
Wow, you said it all. Thank you.
We're done.
Good morning, everyone. You know, I truly, as a longtime librarian, believe that we are the last public square and the cornerstone of all of our communities. And I know all of you have libraries in your districts, and you know the value, especially when our libraries are under threat, which fortunately they're not right now. And I love that you said we're second to none, because we will shortly be making an announcement that demonstrates we're second to none, but we have to keep it under wraps for just a little longer. But that was very prescient. So I want to also mention that the Friends of the Library are not always seen, but they are always felt in our communities. Anita Scurry is our president of the Friends of the Library for the system. Karen Wilson is here. We hope that she will be taking on that leadership role one of these days. But there are little things that you probably don't even know about. There's a library in the youth detention facility, thanks to the efforts of the Friends of the Library. There wasn't one. We are now embedded there once a month, providing library services on a very, very small scale, but it was the Friends who bought the initial collections that make reading worthwhile for kids who absolutely need to develop those reading skills. Their average reading level is about 4th grade. So thank the Friends, even for those things that you don't always see. I'm going to turn it over to Anita.
Hi. I'm happy to say that we appreciate all the support that we get for the library, and we view ourselves as a partner with the library. Friends' monetary contribution to the library isn't that great, but as Rivka indicated, it does provide for certain things, including the juvenile detention facility library, which I also personally support because I believe that incarcerated children really need that ability to improve their skills so that they can stay out of that system later on in life. We also provide over 56,000 volunteer hours to the library every year, which is valued at over $1.5 million. And I think it shows how much the community loves the library. And so we thank you for recognizing what we do to support the library. And Karen is currently our vice president and chair of our communications committee, and we anticipate she will be president next year.
Thank you. All right. We got a photo?
Yes, I want to take a photo of all of you.
But what about you?
I'm just the library director.
Oh, yeah, that's
Give it to our friends.
Come on. Here we go.
Thank you.
Oops, I moved.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, I apologize for that. Let's go back to item number 15, which we have read, and I have made the statement that please keep your comments to item number 15 and number 15 only. And with that, we will start with Claire Tauber. Claire will be followed by Ibrahim.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name's Claire Tauber. I'm here to talk about item 15 because I have some concerns about the way that these pretrial programs will work. I don't necessarily think that it's going to reduce populations within the jail, which we already know is a huge problem looking at the expansion bid going on right now. I actually wanted to express something. I called several months ago to express my concerns, especially, and I know you said you were going to admonish people, but I can't stay later, so I'm going to say my piece now. Okay. I talked to Sue Frost and someone at her office when I expressed my concerns about the jail expansion.
All right, you're going to have to bring that back this afternoon.
I can't
this
be
is on
here.
Item number 15.
I have work.
This is item number 15.
It's a legal requirement.
Yeah.
And it's related. It's related to it.
Then relate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was told that a reduction in jail population is a cost, or I was told that the legally mandated bid will be continued as planned because it's legally mandated, but I found out now that what is actually specified in the settlement agreement is that a reduction in jail population is a cost-effective means to achieve a constitutional and statutory standard. This is related to item 15 because the pretrial screening system, excuse me, sorry, it's my first time at public comment. It's related because the pretrial screening process is inherently biased to work with the continuing system that is problematic and inherently racist and biased. So they connect together because the expansion in the jail is also biased and racially biased. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ibrahim. Okay. Melissa McTernan, it looks like. I apologize. And after Melissa will be Kenji Tamari.
Okay, thank you. I'm a huge data nerd, and I look at data for a living, so I've been looking into the past 10 or so years of the Sac County budget, and the numbers speak for themselves. The Sacramento Sheriff's Department alone, excluding costs related to the correctional health, makes up about 37% of the net county cost in this year's proposed budget. That's up about 8% from last year and makes it by far the most expensive county resource department and the fastest growing expense. The second and third most costly are probation and the district attorney's office, each of which only make about 8% of the county net costs. There are 50 other departments, which include correctional health, all social services, all public works, and all other justice-related departments that share the remaining 47% of the net county costs in this year's budget plan. If these trends continue, the Sheriff's Department alone would exceed 50% of net county costs by the year 2027. This risk assessment system has been proven by trustworthy researchers to increase jail populations, which would only lead to higher net county costs, and none of this is sustainable. It is shameful that programs that could lead to lower incarceration rates, such as health services, regional parks, and fair housing services, are increasingly strained, while the Sheriff's Department, which has demonstrated no care or concern for community well-being, continues to soak up higher and higher proportions of our county funding. It is in your power to halt the jail expansion, and I urge you to reflect on and then work towards an intentional, progressive, and sustainable data-driven budget that will allow our communities to thrive forward. I also have a minor comment that many of the old budget documents that are on the county website are not searchable PDFs, and I think that the county might consider making those searchable, which is the basic standard for accessibility and transparency. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gill. You heard that comment? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I ask Melissa? Melissa, before you sit down, I just wanted to, if I could, just a quick question. Yeah, I wanted to ask you a quick question. So if I understood your comment was you think that the item 15, the pretrial assessment program, you think that's going to result in a larger jail population? Could you just take 30 seconds to expand upon? I heard your comments, but I wanted to understand what you were saying there.
Sure. So the risk assessment system has been shown, and I think other people might mention this as well, to increase jail populations because the way that the risk assessment works, it's not allowing folks to get out of jail as quickly as they should be.
Okay. Thank you for explaining.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Melissa McTurnan? Oh, I'm sorry. Kenji Tamari. Okay, thank you. Riza Pilotowski. Thank you. Amanda Denham. And after Amanda will be Justin Kay. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amanda.
Hi, Amanda.
I'm just going to speak really briefly today about mental health in general. And specifically related to Sacramento County and the carceral system here. So according to the World Health Organization, adequate mental health is defined as a system that supports and fosters an environment that respects and protects civil, political,
Amanda, are you going to tie this into item 15?
How is this not related? This is about mental health support?
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great. So
I'll let you go over.
Thank you so much. So adequate mental health support has an environment that respects, protects, sorry, I'm totally messed up now, that respects and protects civil, political, socioeconomic, and cultural rights. When people are being held in cells for 23 to 24 hours a day with no end in sight, it's impossible to say that their civil, political, socioeconomic, or cultural rights are being respected. So instead of spending money on this pretrial or jail expansion, it's time to be spending money more wisely in the county. It's time to finally support access to quality mental health treatment, access to nutrient-rich food, and reliable, safe housing. Thanks.
Thank you, Amanda. Ryan McClinton? Ryan? Okay. Kieran, and I'm afraid I cannot read your last name, Kieran. Okay, thank you, sir. Melinda McCracken? Melinda? Okay, thank you. And after Melinda will be Tyler Jackson.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Morning.
It is about this agenda item. Nearly 70% of the current jail population is awaiting trial. So this affects the majority of the population. And if this were successful, this risk assessment were successful in facilitating the release of these people, it seems to me that that would pretty much alleviate the population problem and would preclude any need for expansion. And yet, later today, you're going to be discussing putting the bid out again to accept bids to expand the jail. So it sounds like you don't believe that this is actually going to reduce the number of people being held very significantly, and I have to wonder why. Is it because, like the previous speaker said, that criteria tend to be racist and classist? What will the algorithm consist of? Do we have access to that? I haven't heard anything about who determines the criteria. We're the population affected. If these people are released, it's our communities they're coming into. So it seems to me that if it's going to be realistic and it's going to be effective and worth the cost that you're planning to, the money you're planning to put into it, you should have input on the criteria from the community. If you're just going to have some faceless corporation determine it based on their own biases or whatever they perceive as good criteria, with no consideration of our local community, yeah, you'll probably end up with most of them staying in jail. And with that, what's the point? Whereas, if you do consider our considerations, if you do take
Please
it
wrap
down
up, Melinda.
Excuse me?
Please wrap up.
If you do listen to us and put community people on whatever board or give us input, we can help you determine the fair criteria that will actually reduce the jail population, and you won't have to expand. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. Tyler Jackson. Tyler is followed by Nikki Jones.
Hello. Thank you for letting me speak. So item 15 appropriates about $9 million from the state budget to go towards probation. As somebody who was on probation in California for over 3 years, I know what it's like to be surveilled. I know what it's like to have another layer of law enforcement imposed upon my life. Probation is not a rehabilitation. Probation does not help people connect back to their communities. Probation does not help people get mental health care. And probation is not the solution to prison population problems. It's not the solution to crime in California. that $9 million could be put towards many other initiatives, healthcare, community projects that reduce prison rates in California. Thank you.
Thank you. Nikki Jones, followed by Liz Blum.
Thank you. So the county has kind of admitted themselves in various documents that they don't have a comprehensive plan to reduce the jail population countywide. And we're here to say that this kind of piecemeal attempt at reducing jail populations isn't going to work. We need to look bigger. We need other counties have moved forward with alternative to incarceration working groups so that we can have some real organized, strategized, and community and impacted people-led look at how do we reduce our jail populations fairly, justly, and in the best interest of our community, not at the behest of probation. So when we put more people in our community under the hands of probation, like my friend just said, thank you so much, another layer of law enforcement is not going to reduce the chances that these people end up incarcerated. We need real community solutions. If we take a look over at San Francisco, there's a reason another major county was not included in this Judicial Council $68 million where you guys are getting this money from. San Francisco County, because San Francisco County for years has run a community-based program called Pretrial San Francisco, and they do it without police involvement. They do it without probation, and they are able to, the courts are able to work with community-based organizations, and they get people out. And so that we really need to be looking at different models rather than these risk assessment tools. Some folks have already noted, but to your point, Councilmember Natoli, what the risk assessment tools do is most of them are proprietary, so we don't even get to know what goes into these algorithms. Furthermore, what's come out is that they reinforce long-standing classist and racist and sexist biases that our regular criminal justice system and that our society already hold. So when we use algorithms that use the same lens to look at our community members, the same lens that stigmatizes, criminalizes, and beats people down, we are going to get reinforcing of that. Not to mention that judicial discretion added in some places 5 out of 6 of people that the assessment even recommended for release were still detained because judicial discretion judges aren't on the same page. So we really need a comprehensive county look through the court system, through our community-based organization, and led by people impacted by this torturous carceral system on how we are going to do this better and how we're going to do it with the people. These risk assessment tools, evidence-based, PUI. The last report that came out about it said research remains to be done, and that these
Can you wrap up?
Right, and that these tools very likely have those biases in place, and they won't be able to tell till we flesh them out. So they're using Sacramento County and our residents as a guinea pig with which to flesh out if these are racist tools. They're racist tools. Shut them down.
Thank you, Nikki. That's the first time "pooey" has been said in this chamber. Liz Blum.
I just want to second all that was just said. So currently our county invests nearly 70% of our public dollars on law enforcement and the legal system. We know that pouring more funding and power into the probation department is not the solution to our failed legal system, because we have to prevent people from reaching a jail cell to begin with. If you choose to go forward, you are choosing to invest in a future where your decarceration and pretrial probation efforts are not effective. Crime rates in Sacramento County have decreased 42% from 2005 to 2016. The average daily population of the jails is down 21%. If this alone does not show that we do not need a jail expansion, I don't know what will. If your answer is to provide mental health care, I urge you to imagine for a second what this county will be like in 10 years.
Liz, you're straying away
If
if we continue down this path. Imagine a place where the only mental health care that is accessible to you is inside of a jail cell. Imagine if the only housing,
Liz,
the only
you're
shelter that is
straying away
offered to
from
you, this
item
is
15.
related to the agenda item.
Okay.
Imagine if the only housing, the only shelter that is offered to you is inside of a cage. Imagine if vital services that keep people alive continue to be shrunk in order to fund the sponge that will continue to soak up all of our human and economic resources if we do not stop it now. We are at a crossroads. Going forward with this jail expansion plan sets us down a dangerous path, I'm almost done, a path that continues the extraction of resources from our county budget into an ever-expanding police and criminalization budget. We cannot police and incarcerate our way out of a housing and mental health crisis in Sacramento County.
Thank you, Liz. Luke Bordendorfer, and if we can refrain from the clapping, it just makes things go slower. Luke Bordendorfer. And please keep your comments to item 15. Luke Bodendorfer is not here, I take it. Devin Jokerst. After Devin is Robin Ayers. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
So, as related to item 15, I know you're quite fond of its parameters. The current money that's being devoted towards that doesn't seem to be meeting the needs of our people. As we discussed with the individual who was on probation, it was sounds like it was crushing in on his life. And as they mentioned too, the risk assessment data has yet to be confirmed, so it seems foolish to devote money towards a system that hasn't been validated or proven. And anyone who's spent time in Sacramento can clearly see that mental health needs of our community has not been met. And I think there are better ways to allocate our money towards culturing a healthy, safe community for everyone. For example, in Santa Cruz, they have the Homeless Garden Project, where people are able to, homeless individuals are provided transitionary jobs and job skills to then re-enter the workforce. And I think there'll be a much better allocation of funds instead of funding money towards a system wrought with racism and injustice. And this item 15 and the prison expansion, jail expansion, excuse me, is a Band-Aid for a broken system, and we need to actually help and contribute towards our community. And I can't read anymore. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Devin. Khalil Ferguson. Thank you. Judy Hyman. Thank you. David Andre.
Good morning again, members of the board and the
Welcome
public. This judicial review, a lot of people are telling me that this is the same old racial and cultural risk assessment that keeps a lot of my relatives and my neighbors locked up. That this is like a veiled attempt to see how much this very biased system can get away with, and they're using us here in Sacramento as an experiment. I'd like to know what you guys think about that, you know, that we're being used as guinea pigs to see what can be gotten away with. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Andrea Jordan, followed by Allegra Taylor.
Good morning, board members.
Morning.
I'm Andrea Jordan, and I'm here to put a real face on the judicial system and 651 I Street. I'm currently out on pretrial services that I spent 6 months in custody. I was kidnapped on April the 4th from my home in Elk Grove. The system needs to be inclusive to everyone. I've enjoyed Sacramento. Sacramento has so much to offer. So many things are happening. The mayor said yesterday he was damn proud, damn happy about everything that's going on. The jail expansion is the underbelly of Sacramento. And we cannot, because the poor, the mental health, everything that's there is an abomination. And 651 I Street, we cannot expand it. And that's what I want to say.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
Allegra Taylor, thank you. Followed by Fernando Nadal.
Allegra Taylor, Sacramento Act, the Village Advocates of Sacramento, and BYLP. Listen, we're talking about money, and we're talking about money. When we're talking about money, we also want to talk about class warfare. Anytime that you take funds and invest into an already criminal justice system that is actually not broken, it's designed to do exactly what it's doing, to criminalize black, brown, and marginalized people. You have a system that you already know is not working, but you want to keep investing money in that. Yet you have homeless families, homeless youth. What hope do you leave to the next generation when they know you will spend money to expand a jail, you will spend money in the criminal justice system, but you won't spend money to get housing for them? What is that? It's a constant assault in class warfare. The less fortunate. You guys are not going to suffer from this. Nobody's going to suffer from this but those who are already suffering. To further expand, use money to expand, or anything like that.
Do you have a comment on item number 15?
I have a comment on item 15. If you're spending money,
thank you.
If you're voting to spend money to expand the criminal justice system and you're not going to vote to spend money to house people, shame on you. Shame on every last one of you.
Thank you. Fernando Nadal. After Fernando is Ava Nadal. Morning.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My face, my name, and who I am is a total sum of part of the system that you guys represent. So I'm here to talk about fair representation. I don't see it up here, okay? I do not see it up here, so it kind of starts somewhere. Okay, you guys make decisions that affect people like me. I want to talk about your funding for this program here. I see it's pretty generous. But I also look at the rest of the agenda and some of the important items that affect people like me is very poorly funded. Where's the equity on that? So I'm hoping that you guys, it's more than just money. It's about mentality, okay? And your mentality is what allows you to make your decisions in regards to this situation here. So I want to talk about, and I want you to consider in your decision, prevention versus incarceration. Why do we want to add more people and increase the system when we don't want to do that in the community where it starts? I also want to talk about education versus institutionalization, okay? You guys want to increase your institutions, increase your programs, but I don't see you increasing your efforts in helping people to stay in their communities. That comes first before being put into the system. The other thing I want to talk about...
Can you wrap up, Mr. Nadal?
Yeah, I know you would like for me to wrap up because it's hard to accept the kind of stuff that I'm talking to you about. But, you know, somebody got to tell you, you know. And I'm not trying to come and ruin your show. No, but I'm also here to represent the decisions that you make. I was incarcerated when I was a teenager. I seen institutionalization happen before my eyes, okay, perpetuated by the system that was supposed to help us. Okay, so don't tell me that increasing these programs is going to help people and young people like me. Look instead of how you can help them stay at home and how you can increase their wellness mentally,
Thank you, Mr. Nadal.
physically, emotionally, financially. If you're going to fund these programs, well, make sure that you fund. If you're going to,
Thank you.
No, you see, why you want to cut me off? I'm talking about the stuff you want me
Out
to
of
talk
fairness
about.
for everybody else
Oh,
that's going to
okay.
speak
I
here
know
today.
that you're rude.
Thank you.
I know that you're naturally rude.
Thank you.
You know, it's built in this
Thank you,
Willie
Mr.
Lynch system that you represent.
Thank you, Mr. Nadal. Thank you.
No, you're not. I know you don't appreciate it.
No,
but
we do. We appreciate you being here. Thank you. Ava Nadal. Ava Nadal?
She couldn't stand it, so she took a break.
Okay, thank you. Kalinda Jones?
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Dr. Kalinda Jones. I, in my past life, have been a K-12 teacher. I'm here to speak on 15. A K-12 teacher, a mental health therapist, a school counselor. Currently, I was at a university as a professor. It's a 25-year career. And currently, I am a tenured professor at Folsom Lake College. What I do there is I teach in our prison education program at Mule Creek State Prison. What I'd like to speak to is about the use of money to continue to fund the criminal justice system or aspects of it versus doing things that we know research shows is effective. So first I'd like to speak a little bit about what I think is, so one of the things that people talk about is being tough on crime and reducing harm. One of the things that I think people are not aware of is how often harm is induced by this system. And I'm very concerned about the harm and the use of power that's occurring in this conversation today. So for example, the reason I'm here today is because the prison was shut down where I'm supposed to be teaching, showing you the instability of services offered in prison. And so I came here, and two of you are listening to me as I'm making public comment. In addition to that, my understanding was that you were well aware of the fact that we would be here to discuss later items in the agenda, and you put them later in the agenda. To me, this is a blatant use of power in controlling the narrative in a way that's harmful. So I guess what I would love to hear is that you're going to use your power to help the community, to help people. Evidence would suggest to me today that that may not be the case, but I'm still here to call you to try to listen to the public that you represent and to actually use your power to help people, to not harm people. Thank you.
Thank you. Alma Lopez.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Alma Lopez. I'm the statewide coordinator for Brown Issues, a grassroots organization that focuses on civic engagement, social emotional support, and teaching our young students that they have agency to change the conditions that they live in. And I'm also a resident in District 3, Susan Peters. And just a few things that I want to point out. Usually I'm up in arms with righteous indignation when things like this come up. But more often than not, I find myself very disappointed in the fact that our community is simply asking you to take a step back and really connect to the community. The proposed changes to the jail system are being implemented too slow and with minimal transparency and community oversight. And we're here to ask you that we are included in that because we are the ones that are facing those struggles. And if there's something that I could just share with you when it comes to Brown Issues and the students, they're redefining what school safety is. And they're redefining school safety by taking law enforcement out of the equation. Because law enforcement for so long have been perpetuating the school to prison pipeline. So when I look at the county level, I think it's so important that you also do the same. So I want to ask you a question. Do you have plants at home? Or flowers? Or like a garden? And if you say yes, then you would know that if your plant is not growing, if your flower is not blooming, you would change the conditions to make that plant grow and that flower bloom, whether it's sunlight, whether it's water, or it's even talking to them. So if I wanted to ask you to use that and take a step back, and why are we punishing our community for living in the wrong conditions when we can invest that money to truly, truly have them be empowered and just live with dignity and respect? And that's all we're asking you. So please include us in those conversations.
Thank you very much. Alice Luna, followed by Courtney Hansen.
What's up? The reason why there's so many repeat offenders is because your system's not working. And for you guys to sit here and actually think that you guys can create some risk assessment for us is completely preposterous. And we as a community have assessed that you're what we're at risk of, because every day we're facing like police brutality or just like it's completely wrong, and y'all can't be doing this. Y'all are expanding jails, but at the same time, you guys are trying to put out this risk assessment that's supposed to bring down, the population in jails, but you guys are preparing for a larger population, which just doesn't add up. And the money that you're spending, the $80 million that you guys are spending to increase jails, are way better spent to go to our schools or go to our communities, because that's what's actually helping people not stay in jail. And I've been homeless out here for a pretty long time, and there's nothing really that the state's really done to really help me in that situation. And my risk of being incarcerated has only gone up, and just being outside, and it fucking sucks. So do something better, because shut this shit down.
Courtney Hansen, followed by Lynn Berkeley Baskin.
All right. Hi, good morning. Courtney Hansen with Decarcerate Sacramento. So what we're doing right now, I am talking about item 15, but what we're doing is connecting the dots. And the reason item 66, population reduction, and item 67, jail expansion, are side by side, that contradiction, is because you have not been connecting the dots. There has not been a comprehensive plan. This pretrial plan includes GPS monitoring. I want you to know that San Francisco, who stopped their jail population continued to go up as they implemented GPS monitoring, and GPS monitoring went up 300% in 1 year while the jail population went up, while crime rates stayed the same. So every question I have about item 15, I have about item 67. How much will this pilot actually reduce the jail population? What systems of transparency and oversight exist for the pretrial release program? How will we know if the program is effective? Are there targets, timelines, or are we again completely absent of these things? What racial impact assessment and equity assessment will happen? The data is out there. We don't have to give it all to you today. These risk assessments are based on the status quo. The status quo of the criminal legal system is racism and classism. Our jail holds 37% black people. Black people make up about 10% of our county. So tell me how that happens. In one county, out of 1,000 people that got assessed, only 30% got a passing score, and of those, only another 30% got approved by the judge. So how do we know this is going to work? Where's the community oversight? This is about continuing to fund a system that we know doesn't work. In one instance, black defendants were twice as likely as white defendants to be deemed false positives, meaning they are labeled high risk and that it's likely they will commit another crime, and they did not go on to commit another crime. White people went on to commit another crime and were often falsely labeled as low risk because the system is racist and it can no longer be ignored. Lastly, because I know this is uncomfortable for you, but this is what democracy looks like, can you please raise your hand if you're in the crowd today to speak about canceling this jail expansion plan? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Courtney. Mr. Natoli.
When we're concluded, I want to speak after the speakers.
Thank you. Lynn Berkeley Baskin?
I'd like to make general comments.
So in public comment, you mean? Okay.
Yes, but you just saw how many people
Okay,
are
thank you.
About
Thank you.
66 and 67.
Thank you. I'm afraid that, so you know, it has been published at a certain time, and under the Brown Act, we cannot move it up. Jolie Terrazas?
Some of us don't even have public toilets.
Jolie Terrazas, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Jolie Terrazas. I'm a consultant and educator who will be teaching a couple of business courses at Sacramento City College this semester. I'm also a volunteer with SAC-ACT. I reside in District 2. My doctoral degree is in industrial and organizational psychology. When analyzing issues, this tends to make me look at things with a human focus on human resources and efficient use of them. I'll return to this point in a moment. We're facing a climate crisis. The Union of Concerned Scientists predicts that if we do not dramatically change the human activity that is warming the planet, by 2036, Sacramento will begin to experience days as hot as 127 degrees Fahrenheit. Let that sink in. 127 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know about you, but I'm pretty uncomfortable at 110. So for all of our future generations, children, nieces, nephews, and everyone to come after, we need all hands on deck. We need physically and mentally healthy people in their communities becoming leaders, entrepreneurs, helping to create green jobs and clean up the air we breathe, which is currently graded F in Sacramento by the American Lung Association. So we need all the talent in our community to confront the climate emergency now. Do we have talent management in our county jail in Elk Grove? And how, related to item 15, how is this going to exacerbate this issue? I'll answer this question with the words from a statement from disability staff rights attorney Tiffany Russell-Moyer, as reported by the Sacramento Bee. She stated that these conditions lead to needless deterioration of the mental and physical health of people in the jail. She stated that only reducing the jail population could end these conditions. By the way, the talents of the staff, the corrections officers and psychiatrists, are also not being efficiently leveraged, and it's also a waste of human resources. So we have an expensive, literal waste of talent from persons with mental illness or who couldn't afford a home, people whose valuable talents could have been cultivated by their communities, in their communities, via community programs that have been shown to have a proven track record of being effective. I know I'm out of time. I'm going as fast as I can. Thank you for not interrupting me. Returning to the words of Tiffany Russell-Moore, the county will fail to meet the needs of the people in Sacramento if it simply pours money into the jail. It must invest in community services and programs designed to prevent recidivism and reduce the need to incarcerate people who are homeless and have serious mental illness. You are charged to make a decision here on our behalf. And it's up to you if you're going to throw taxpayer dollars away on expanding an organization that has shown to have an unconscionable track record. If you're trying to get investors to invest in an organization in an analogous business context, this would not fly. Thank you.
Thank you, Jolie. Robert Copeland. And after Robert is Mackenzie Wilson. Morning, Robert.
Courtney Hanson pretty much spoke what I was going to say. And I will speak on jail expansion later on this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Mackenzie Wilson. Morning, Mackenzie.
Morning. How are you guys? Probation is not decarceration. And I want to double down on half what my folks said. The stats actually show that it increases recidivism. Just contact with law enforcement means that you are probably going to maintain contact, right? So how do we get in between that ever happening is really what we need to be talking about. This number 15 is actually an expansion. It is an increase in the carceral system. The definition of carceral is surveillance systems and their technologies over modern societies and its practice of social control and discipline over its population in all areas of social life. This has become your definition of public safety. We consider public safety mental health services, family and children programs, parks and libraries, and housing. Number 15 is also a perpetuation of poverty. This is a cash cow for private corporations that put these costs on us and you fund it. They put these ankle monitors on folks who live outside and then re-jail them when they can't keep the battery charged. The perpetuation of the jail cycle starts with not having access to opportunity, but you're making opportunity something we can't afford. You in items 15, 66, and 67 are actively perpetuating a jail crisis, a poverty crisis, an environmental crisis, mental health crisis, housing crisis, the hypercriminalization of our unhoused folks, crisis. This is a crisis. Let us help you do better.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I want to certainly thank our speakers this morning, certainly for raising some very, I think, pertinent issues. I want to ask our staff a couple of things here that's certainly attached in the MOU, but also I think raised here. And first one I want to ask about is this, the public safety assessment tool. So is that a prescription that then we have to utilize, or is it a tool that we have the ability then to, I think, we're certainly working with the courts and obviously probation, the primary partners in this, to actually look at some of the things that were talked about here today as it relates to biases that may be inherent in that tool. And so I guess I'm curious about that, Bruce. And maybe you don't have the answer, so maybe we need to get more information.
Well, thank you,
Yeah,
Supervisor.
yeah.
Once again, Bruce Wagstaff, Deputy County Executive. And I will speak to that. And of course, later this afternoon, you'll hear from Chief Seal, who can say more. But the instrument being used is not proprietary. It does not use or collect racial data. It is a validated instrument based on arrests, failure to appear, and convictions. And it will be evaluated.
Could we at least hear? I want to hear. You can all disagree, but let's hear him explain at least what he understands. I want to hear it, so that's why I asked the question. So please give us an opportunity.
To your question about, to the other part of your question, data will be collected on its use, publicly shared with the Judicial Council to see how that is playing out. But probation has carefully looked at the experience with these projects in other jurisdictions, has looked carefully at the different instruments that are used in other jurisdictions. One of the reasons why they were successful in partnering with the Superior Court in getting this grant is because the approach they are proposing to use. So I would just say that this is an important part of our overall effort to have alternatives to incarceration that you're going to hear more about later today. A lot of thought has gone into it. This is the alternative to the cash bail system that, of course, we have had discussion about as well. So the instrument is a solid one.
Okay. Well, let me ask about that. So I heard two things that kind of, at least in the response, that I think are important. You said it's non-proprietary. So that means it's not a consultant that's bringing this to us. This is through, as you were describing, that working with local law enforcement, and I assume the public defenders a part of that equation, but is there opportunity for public involvement at any level as it relates to the utilization of the tool that's utilized?
Thank you. Certainly, as I said, the data is going to be shared on the experience. I would refer the rest of that question to Chief Seal when he's here later today about how they're going to play that out. But there is really a respect here for the issues with racial bias and every effort to try to get away from that. Okay,
and so when we say that the data is going to be public, what's that mean? It's shared publicly, so you say you shared interdepartmentally? Is it, does the board have access to it? Do folks in the audience have access to it?
The public will have access to it. Lee can speak specifically to how it's going to be made available. It's submitted on a regular basis, I'm not sure how frequently, to the state as part of this grant. But in doing so, it is a public piece of information for everybody to see.
Okay, I have some other questions. I think Supervisor Cerno wanted to ask about this particular piece of it, because I have some other questions I want to ask him about.
Yeah, just to follow up on line of questioning by Supervisor Tully. One of the speakers raised a good question, kind of an essential question, which is, How much will this actually do to reduce jail population, whether it's percentage or real numbers, and what's the estimate? Because as far as I'm concerned, that's what we should be focused on, right?
Right. A couple of things to that, Supervisor, if I may. Lee will have the actual numbers in terms of how many people they are targeting for this. I don't have that.
I would encourage you not to use the word target, just generally.
Well, how many people they're intending to cover with the scope of the project?
Excuse me, please, thank you.
But please bear in mind, when you look at this, a key part of the effort is the partnerships that probation is going to have with community groups to provide services, and the board letter spells out the types of services that are going to be provided. This is not just simply an effort that probation is going to be operating.
Okay, so we're going to get an answer to that question this
Absolutely.
afternoon.
Okay, thanks. If I could then, and you touched on what I wanted to ask about, because as I look at the detail here in the material, obviously there's coverage for the folks that would be employed through the probation department and to provide the IT support for this, and all the other things that go with the appurtenances for supporting their role in this. But when I see supportive services on page 7 of 13, Bruce, and item 5 there on that page, it talks about $150,000 a year would actually be available of this several $1 million a year grant, $4 million, almost 4.9, I think, for the first year because with the ramp up. And I see equivalent amounts for GPS monitoring, for drug testing, for mobile data terminals, and so forth. Why is that number so low? If we are, in fact, again, what people may think about this particular program, but if we enter into it, why then wouldn't we invest more than that amount in supportive services? I mean, that's roughly $12,000 a month, and if you have, so, okay.
Now, I understand your question, Supervisor.
Yeah.
I would ask your indulgence on that. They have Chief Seal speak to that, how they come up with those numbers.
Okay.
But I would refer also to page 4.
Okay.
That talks how the grant will be used in a contracted way with community-based organizations.
I saw that.
And that speaks to the types of services. How they came up with their number,
yeah,
I wouldn't want to guess. I mean, but I think that's a fair question, and he should speak to when he's here.
I'm going to offer a suggestion. Without belaboring this morning, I'm going to suggest that we put this over to this afternoon, Mr. Chair. If Chief Seal can be here, maybe we get some better, clarification, because I would just say that particular issue as it relates to supportive services, again, I understand the concerns that have been expressed here about the assessment tool. Certainly I'm not as knowledgeable about that as maybe others in this room, but I would say when it comes to supportive services, that to me seems to be a very key piece of this, and if it's only $12,000 or a little more a month, that seems to be very insufficient if in fact the whole idea is to not only divert, but to provide a level of support within the community framework to hopefully people to achieve that sustainability, whatever that is, so they aren't incarcerated. And so I guess I'm gonna ask that we have this put over this afternoon if my fellow members concur.
Are there any other comments or questions from the board?
If that's the form of a motion, or if we need.
We don't need a motion to put it over. Okay, then we will put this item over until the afternoon. When would you like to hear it?
With more public comments, please.
Public hearing has been closed. When would you like to, before?
Well, I guess we've got items 66 and 67, so I guess it's related in some sense. I would say probably after that. That's probably a good idea.
Okay, we'll hear it after the item 67 then. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the public comment. Now, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Okay, so for item 55, you are introducing an ordinance of the Sacramento County Code repealing Chapter 2.96, Title 2, related to the Sacramento Metropolitan Arts Commission. You're waiving full reading and continuing to November 5th for adoption. You're also adopting resolutions regarding county administration of arts-related functions and California Arts Council funding. Yes.
Presentation?
Troy was supposed to be down here.
Here he comes. Weren't planning on being on at 11, Troy?
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Troy Givens with the Department of Economic Development. Today's presentation, we're going to cover a few items, a brief overview of the Sacramento Metropolitan Arts Commission, the dissolution process, a brief description of the 3 programs impacted by the process, next steps, and then recommendations for the board. So the Metropolitan Arts Commission was established in 1977 as a joint county and city organization to support the arts through public arts, through grant making and through arts education. SMAC was created by both a city ordinance and a county ordinance. So today we're going to be talking a little bit about what the next steps are and the next actions. From the dissolution process, in 2017, the city began an initiative to analyze priorities and needs regarding the arts economy in the Sacramento area, and the city of Sacramento specifically. In August of 2018, the city approved a creative economy plan. This plan covered a variety of different topics, but it had 2 things that specifically impact what we're talking about today. First was the recommendation to dissolve the Metropolitan Arts Commission, and the second was to adopt a city-only arts commission. In September 2019, the city approved an ordinance deleting the Metropolitan Arts Commission from the city code effective January 1st, 2020. In preparation for that, the county hired and contracted with Shelley Willis. Shelley is former Metropolitan Arts Commission executive director to assist the county with the dissolution process, provide input and advice on the ongoing practices and policies and procedures as it relates to the arts in Sacramento County. Under the contract, Ms. Willis is also procuring the relevant documents from and records for installed arts within Sacramento County and any relevant programs as well. As I mentioned, there are 3 county impacted programs. The first 2 are on this slide. One is Art in Public Places. That's where we have eligible capital improvement projects that have a portion dedicated to public art. You see it here in the county buildings, you see it in the airports, etc. Then there is the grant process, which is primarily funded through the Cultural Arts Awards. Cultural Arts Awards are funded through the TOT program, the Transit Occupancy Tax. This program is granted on a 3-year cycle through a competitive process. SMAC currently runs that for us through the existing ordinances that we're asking you to take action on today. And the third program is the California Arts Council. This is a state and local partnership program. The county has historically designated the Arts Commission as the local arts agency to allow them to apply for grants through the state. This designation allows for grant funding to flow into the community for countywide initiatives on grant support for, primarily it has applied for grants as it relates to replacing arts programs within the school system. So in order to continue that funding stream, what we're recommending today for this particular grant cycle is that the county designate the city as the local arts program for the 2020-2022 grant funding cycle. On the coordination and implementation side, we'll produce press releases regarding the dissolution, assuming that's the action that the board takes today. We'll inform the 2018 through 2020, the 3-year Cultural Arts Awards recipients that the 2020 funding will not be affected as it currently stands, and we'll notify stakeholders of the dissolution and next set of steps. From an administration standpoint, we'll be securing any arts records and art that is located within the city storage facilities and take those back into county possession where they've been overseen currently by SMAC. And then from a community arts standpoint, we'll be looking at in the next 14 months the replacement of the Cultural Arts Awards and the grant recipients and how that is folded into the TOT process.
Okay, before you go further, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Just before you leave this particular slide, Troy, on that last point about the process that we currently have for TOT, using that as a kind of an architecture for how we eventually do this. Does that mean that we'd have the same supervisors involved in reviewing and vetting?
I think we'll be working with Ms. Willis to come up with a set of recommendations on the oversight of that, but ultimately your board has approval of those as they do now through the approval process. The 50 or 60 organizations that are funded through the Cultural Arts Awards come to the board for approval.
I think, Supervisor, and I think to answer your question, when we get to that point, that's going to be a question we're going to come back and ask the board.
Okay,
Do you
'cause
want
it's-
the same
it's a
members?
fairly-
You want somebody different?
It's a fairly involved process. That's why I'm asking. I know it consumes
Yes, it is.
a fair amount of time from the two supervisors that currently have been doing that for, the last 2 years, 3 years. And so I wanted a little more
Yeah,
understanding about that.
we're going to come back and discuss that.
Thank you.
So our set of recommendations today is to repeal County Code Chapter 2.96. This recommends that the board approve the timeline that also matches the city's effective date, which is January 1, 2020. The second item we're recommending is the authorization of the county executive to execute or negotiate or amend and terminate agreements that are affected by this dissolution. And the third would be to take action to designate the city for the 2020-2022 grant cycle for the California Arts Council to support arts and education throughout the county. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. He's asking for questions.
Sorry, Mr. Natoli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Troy, a couple of questions, certainly at first a clarification though. So I see the attached letter dated a couple of weeks ago from the city of Sacramento. And this Any Given Child Sacramento program is available throughout the county. Apparently the city's going to continue to administer that. I'm not troubled by that. But I know that just recently, by virtue of the letter, but I also understood from another source that both the Galt school districts and the River Delta school districts, which are certainly geographically somewhat removed from the urban core, were to be admitted in the program. And this kind of qualifies to that, assuming some money comes through and so forth. So who's going to be in charge of taking down the dollars and seeing to it that those programs for all the school districts in the county, but certainly for two that have recently been added, are going to be added this year? I want to have a pretty solid assurance that, again, there's no backing out of what's before us. I understand the city basically has severed their ties based upon their resolution, but I want to have a clear understanding that those school districts, along with all the other ones in this county, are going to have that program available to the children in those school districts.
That's the intent. So it's primarily focused on K through 8, but it does reach into the high school system as well. And we can coordinate that with the city through the application to ensure that those districts are included, that it's an inclusive process to include those far-reaching districts down in the southern part of the county and make sure that they have the same services available as well.
And who's responsible now for those relationships? Obviously, somebody's developed a relationship. Those districts have been brought into to be included with, obviously, the other districts. So who's that's going to transfer? Is it this person that we see here on the letterhead?
So the Metropolitan Arts Commission has been the previous recipient of those. Those employees through the Metropolitan Arts Commission are city employees. They would continue this same process and the same grant process. They're just under a different umbrella because of the dissolution process. And they're geared up and staffed to handle that. So it would be through a similar process that it is now.
I guess maybe I could ask for some additional clarification then, because it doesn't sound like it's a lot of money from the local state partner grant. I think it was somewhere I saw it was $29,000.
It ranges. It ranges between, it's been as low as $10,000 and up to around $90,000.
Okay. So who on the county side of the house then will be, is it you? Is it somebody in your department?
It will be through our office, that's correct.
That will be monitoring to make sure that, again, I trust certainly the city's role in this, but I want to be.
It will be through my office and through our coordination with Ms. Willis as well.
Okay, I guess I'd like to have a little more information beyond just what Ms. Ulrich has described in her letter as to how that's going to be.
We can follow up with that and report back to the board.
Okay, let me then take you to what's being stricken here, because I understand that obviously under this scenario, the Metropolitan Arts Commission, which has existed for well over 40 years, is going to go away, at least in its current form. But there's sections here starting with 2.96130 down through 2.96, with exception 160. But it talks about the inclusion of artwork in county building projects and the purpose, eligible construction projects, funding for artwork in county building construction projects. Those are all within the framework of the county ordinances as well. We're going to strike those. You talk about coming back. I can recall times in the past as a member of this board when we've had pretty serious discussion about how this is applied, the percentage that would be applied, and thus. But by basically wiping the slate clean, I guess we don't have an ordinance, if I'm reading this correctly. And so I would ask that we retain these segments, and then you can come back and talk about what those processes are, who administers it, and such. But as I see it, unless you have some other explanation here, I'm not willing to erase those items from the record.
2 points of clarification on that. One, we've checked with our General Services Department to understand whether there would be in the next 12 to 18 months projects that would be eligible under this particular section of the code. It's our understanding that we don't have capital projects right now that would be eligible and trigger this. That provides us a time frame in which, as the county executive had mentioned, to come back to the board for some additional clarifications on things. Having said that, it would be our intent in the interim, if it's the board's intent and they do strike this section, that we would, if there is an unanticipated project that comes in, we would handle it as such, require that there would be the submittal of an arts plan consistent with the ordinance as it stands now. But this would give us the opportunity to refine that and come back at a later date to make this county specific and make it any adjustments that needed to be made.
Well, Troy, again, I appreciate that, but this is county specific. Those sections that I read you are county specific.
It's from the county code, correct?
Right. And so are we striking, so is the county code going to still be the backup here, or is that going away too under this?
Looks like you're looking at me, but from my understanding of this, the entire county code, that section or those applicable sections are being deleted, so there would not be a county code requirement to fund for eligible construction projects. But I think what Troy's saying is that if there happens to be a project that comes up in the next 12 to 18 months, they would put that in the specification. So the intent of the county code and the result would be the same.
Well, I heard it correctly. I'm not willing to erase these sections. And so if you want to come back with some replacement and or something in the interim, but
I think what is, if I could offer this, is that the whole section 2.96 really gets into SMAC, and it talks about how we're going to work with SMAC and the city of Sacramento. What I'm hearing you ask is that, are there any specific section that just relates to the county minus SMAC and the city?
130, 140, 150.
Which one?
130, 140, and 150, and actually 170.
If you just let me catch up.
Yeah.
So 130. Okay, so 130, 140.
Yes.
150.
150.
And I believe 170.
And 170, yeah.
See, if you would like, we can come back on those. 150 has SMAC as a recommendation in section B.
Right.
We need to go through and remove any mention of SMAC and or City of Sacramento on those. But in that one, I do see.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, the references, but it has county
But
executive.
if you could give us the authority to come back on those sections, take out City of Sacramento SMAC for those three sections.
There's four sections. 170 as well. Yeah.
170. Sorry,
Understood.
let me look at that. Okay.
Yeah.
We can look at that.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks. And so we wouldn't have a gap. We wouldn't do away with it and then have to have coming back. You're going to have this simultaneous. Is that
correct?
Okay.
It would just, instead of repealing the entire ordinance, it would just be an ordinance amendment, changing probably the title of 2.96 and then retaining those sections with edits.
Okay.
And we will resubmit that so that way you know exactly what we changed.
Got it.
So there's no ambiguity about it.
Thank you.
Supervisor Peters.
Thank you, Don. Those were my exact questions, because I think it's going to be too long between the dissolving of our part of SMAC and the installation of a new arts program for the county. And I think we need to have a policy for any projects that were to be constructed in the interim. So I think leaving these in the code is fine with me.
Okay. Thank you. And with
And
that,
when is it that you'll be back with the new ordinance?
An amended.
There's two, so the amended one.
Talking about the one that Shelley's working on.
Oh. Yeah.
Because this won't go away, if I
No.
mean, these 4 sections.
these 4 sections won't go away.
They'll stay in the
so,
code.
I can imagine we could be here first quarter of next year.
Okay, I don't know what's taking so long, but I'd say definitely in the first quarter, if not before.
Understood.
It's just setting the mechanism, coming back on what we're going to do. Internally, we're discussing, there used to be a commission, there's not going to be a commission. How are we going to do that, divvying up the money, those kind of things that we're working through.
Great. Okay, so.
So I'll move this item with leaving the sections of code we discussed still in the county code.
I'll second that, and first I want to make a comment that, this has been around a long time. Supervisor Peters and I tried working with staff at the Arts Commission and members of the City Council to see if we could come up with a better model. It just wasn't going to work. It wasn't going to happen. But what I do, and I'm glad that Supervisor Natoli, Supervisor Peters made the comments that you did, because what I feared when I saw this was that we're sending the message that the County of Sacramento doesn't care about art and the arts. And so I think that message needs to be loud and clear, that whatever we do, we're going to go forward as a county that does. And I also want to thank you for the opportunity I actually have of firing my wife as an arts commissioner today. So.
Makes life a little easier.
I'll second that. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Okay, for item 57, you are acting as the Board of Supervisors and Housing Authority of the County of Sacramento. I do need a motion to drop this item, Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency Economic Opportunity Plan, Section 3.
Why is it being dropped?
We're going to find out. Why is it being dropped?
Redevelopment Agency wants to drop it.
57.
I think there's confusion.
No,
Item
56.
56.
Yeah, 56 and
56, we're going to gear flow. 57 is going to get dropped.
I'm sorry, I wrote notes on the wrong item. I apologize. Let me read this into the record, please. Item 56 authorizes submission of the analysis of impediments, adopt the 2020-2024 consolidated plan, approval of the 2020 one-year action plan for the Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnerships Program, and Emergency Solutions Grant funded projects and programs, amendment of the prior year's action plans, amendment to the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency budget, authorize cooperation agreements with non-entitlement jurisdictions for the CDBG, home, and ESG activities, and the consortium agreements with entitlement jurisdictions for home activities, execute a memorandum of understanding for the one-year action plan allocation process.
Okay, now before we get started, yes?
Yes. I'm unclear as to whether I have a conflict on this or not, so I'm going to step out.
Okay, thank you. And before we do get started, I appreciate your waiting for a moment. I do want to make the announcement that I do have a number of public speaker slips who have asked to speak on items not on the agenda. However, a number of them do mention jail expansion, and we're not going to, particularly since we have now combined, for all practical purposes, item 15, 66, and 67. We're not going to take public comment off agenda because it's on the agenda, and we'll be hearing those items in the afternoon. So if you specifically want to talk about those, I would encourage you to come back this afternoon when they are actually on the agenda. Yes, please proceed. Proceed.
Good morning, Celia Iniguez with the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency. As I'm not going to repeat, so a lot to do this morning. So I'm going to start with a brief overview of those 3 documents: the analysis of impediments, the consolidated plan, and the action plan. So the analysis of impediments is essentially a planning process to identify fair housing barriers and those factors which contribute to those barriers. It also includes goals and objectives to address those barriers. We have to do this as required by the Department of Housing and Urban Development HUD every 5 years. Additionally, there is the consolidated plan. Again, we do this every 5 years as required by HUD, which establishes the vision, goals and objectives, and to allocate our variety of federal funds, Community Development Block Grant, ESG, and Home. Much of the strategies from the analysis of impediments are incorporated into the consolidated plan. It is essentially the vision of how we utilize to revitalize our disadvantaged communities and align and focus our funding to make the most impact that we can. Both the analysis of impediments and the consolidated plan have been developed through rigorous community input and consultations with various, in the county's sake, county departments. Then on an annual basis, we prepare an action plan that identifies specific funding for specific programs and projects, which are consistent with the AI, in support of the AI, and consistent with the consolidated plan. So that's what we're here to do today. I'm going to start with just an overview of the analysis of impediments, the AI, and what that included. This was a new effort in that it was a regional effort in which 16 jurisdictions came together to identify regionally what the barriers are to housing. And that's really quite intuitive because it is people don't just stay in the city, but may move throughout the region. So it was very important. This slide is an overview of those efforts. I'd just like to list who was in this group of 16. The cities of Citrus Heights, Davis, Elk Grove, Folsom, Isleton, Galt, Rancho Cordova, Rockland, Roseville, Sacramento, West Sacramento, as well as Woodland. The housing authorities, the Yolo Housing Authority, as well as the Housing Authority of the City of Sacramento and the County of Sacramento, and SHRA. So we embarked on a lot of engagement with our residents throughout the region and a variety of interest groups. We did this in 3 broad ways. We had focus group interviews and stakeholder interviews. We did pop-up events asking short surveys, and we also did a lengthy resident survey, all trying to engage our residents in those disadvantaged communities where they live and in the languages that they speak. This slide sort of talks about, addresses who, from what jurisdictions, what their housing situations are, as well as ethnicity.
Yeah, Supervisor.
Real quick before you leave the slide, I'm just curious, what constitutes quote unquote precariously housed?
So that may be somebody who is, say, couch surfing.
Couch surfing, living with friends but not on a lease, as well as literally homeless.
Okay, just want to make sure I got that right. So that's, excuse me, that's Jen Gardner. She's our consultant that helped with this, so just make sure.
Thank you.
All right. So the regional needs, I'm going to go on to the regional needs that were identified, and just hitting the high level of some of the results of the analysis of impediments. So about 39,000 people who are in that very low income, between 0 and 30% of area median income, those renter households are severely cost burdened. So that means either they're paying more than 30% of their income to rental to be housed, and or maybe in overcrowded situations. We know other regional needs, more than 5,500 folks are people experiencing homelessness. That's for our last point in time count. We also know that our elderly have barriers. Over 10,000 elderly renters and more than 11,000 elderly homeowners are severely cost burdened. And the other important fact that we found was 1 in 3 households with a member of a disability that home is not meeting their accessibility needs. The housing barriers. So this first one is difficult. I'm born and raised in Sacramento, and I love how diverse it is. But the reality is, we are also there is segregation that still exists, and it's not existing just from the last few years. It is from decades of policy from both local, state, and federal, as well as institutions. So it's important to note that it's been here for a long time, and what we do in the 5-year action plan, or the 1-year action plan, or in the consolidated plan, it is addressing it, but we know we can't address it all within the 5-year time. So again, the segregation has led to disproportionate housing needs as well as disproportionate economic opportunity. Other findings from regarding fair housing barriers, affordable rental options are becoming increasingly limited, and we know that on a daily basis. Residents with disabilities lack access to affordable housing and affordable housing that is accessible, as well as services. Due to stricter rental policies, such as criminal background checks, it is further limiting rental opportunities. Homeownership continues to be a disparate impact on those disadvantaged communities, those people of color. Public transportation is a barrier, limiting access as well as cost. I will say that much of the research was done prior to regional transit's change, real significant structural change in their routes, but we will keep an eye on this as well. Additionally, educational inequities continue to exist in the region, as well as disparities in the labor market. So all these, as part of the AI and the consolidated plan, developed these 5-year goals and priorities. Comes down to housing. We need, as we all know, we need to preserve the housing that we have, and we need to expand what we have, and it needs to be accessible. Special needs, we know that the elderly and those most vulnerable, we need to continue to try to address their needs, and that we need to create equitable neighborhoods across the region. So again, it's addressing neighborhoods, addressing accessibility, and preserving and expanding affordable housing. So the last piece I'm going to cover is the proposed 2020 action plan items. Oops, sorry. We have the capital improvement projects include an additional phase of LED streetlights in the Florin area near 43rd and Stockton. A new project is the Watt Avenue Complete Street Improvement Project, the first phase, which is on Watt Avenue between Winona and I-80. This is a complete street project. We'll be providing funds for design, engineering, and right-of-way. The other project is the Arden Way, another complete street project. Again, for design and engineering, both trying to provide more access again for pedestrians and bicycles along these major corridors. And Arden Way is between Watt Avenue and Morse. And the last one are the addition of ADA curb ramps in districts 2 and 3. We also will continue our variety of other programs for home repair using CDBG, funding the multifamily program for rehab with CDBG, and for home new construction, services for fair housing services, as well as services for our homeless folks. So this concludes my one piece that's not here is our small area notice of availability of funds, which is funded at $150,000 for next year. I do have Jen Garner here from Root Policy, who was a consultant that helped us prepare the analysis of impediment in the consolidated plan. For the DOT projects, we do have representatives from DOT if you have more detailed questions on those. Finally, at the SB2 meeting before you, there was discussion around what funds could be used for SB2, ESG, and CDBG with regard to Mather. So if you see in attachment 6, there's a side-by-side comparison, and county staff will be addressing any of the questions you may have of those. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Sally. And I guess I wanted to go to the block grant segment of this, and I recognize that there's a process, albeit I guess I need to get a little more informed about the process we're now using, the county side of it, to determine projects. Again, I'm pleased for districts 2 and 3 that they're going to get I guess the sum total of the projects, which is good. These are good things for neighborhoods that obviously qualify. But I know that with some of the adjustments in the census tracts that they're, certainly within District 5, and I trust maybe with District 4 or 1 as well, for those areas in the unincorporated area, there may have been some changes. And so I guess I would ask, and I'm maybe turning to you, Rob, or somebody to tell me what process we're now utilizing for determining these, because Ben, when I see the bulk of the funds, and I would certainly say thank you for the Rosemont street lighting project, so it's not like I'm not saying District 5 hasn't gotten a significant share over the years. I just want to be clear, though, because once we set this in motion, and we start talking about different phases and such, and then that lends one to believe that with a phase 1, there'll be a phase 2 and a phase 3, which is great. But I also know that these monies are have pretty wide discretion in their use, and when I see nearly $1 million for ADA ramps, that's a good thing for accessibility in neighborhoods and communities that may be underserved. But I guess I'm curious as to how, what are we using? Are you talking with each supervisor about projects in their district that would qualify? Because I can tell you there are Delta communities that we finally worked very hard to get into, back, reinstated in the program after we lost it in the last census. We went through a special effort, and I commend Lachelle and folks for their work in doing that. And, outside of what may be available through the discretion in the notice of small funding availability, there's nothing in here for those communities. And so, again, I'm turning to you, Rob, because, again, I guess you've been on point. Maybe somebody else has been on point with the county, but I want to know how we're determining which projects get added.
Actually, Supervisor Natoli, attachment 4 to the staff report lays out the MOU. We have more definition in the process addressing specifically what you're asking about than we've ever had before in the form of this MOU, which is attachment 4 to the staff report. It lays out a timeline by month over the course of a year for the identification of projects, interaction with county departments by SHRA staff, and also interaction with board offices. And so that does lay the process out, which we will be starting right away. In essence, we're transitioning right now from the process that has been followed in the past to this much more defined process. So you'll see as early as January, you could expect to see interaction with county and SHRA staff for preparation of next year's action plan, and in essence, the equivalent action to what's before you today.
So, well, you kind of answered my question, but I know about the process. We approved this, but so how is it arrived at, and where's the list of other candidate projects that didn't make the cut this year? I guess I don't see a list here that it's competitive. And again, I'm not taking anything away. I intend to support the staff recommendation here, but I want to know, do we have a list of projects, or is it just conversation? I get briefed by Lachelle monthly, which is is very positive. But I know that we're now vetting these three through a different filter, working with DOT, with County Exec's office, and obviously then coming through the agency. And so I guess I'm curious, where is there a project eligible list? Because I could tell you things in Delta communities that could be good uses of that. I've got Delta communities now competing for the $100,000 pot, which is a small amount of money. But I've got the City of Alton, I got Cortland Fire District, I got Walnut Grove Fire District. I got needs at the Gene Harvey School, but all of that is behind here, and I don't see any list. I guess that's so. Are you going to go to all the supervisors and ask for a list, or and because it's now coming through a county filter versus just agency alone, and so. Again, I guess I want to know what that is. What's the process? If it's just all of us meeting, and I'll give you a long list, and then we'll go through that. So I guess I'm trying to get some sense about that, Rob. This chart on attachment 4 is just a timeline. It's important because obviously it guides the process. Where's the eligible project list? And if you need a list of eligible projects, I'll have one to you before today's out.
As will I.
Is your question in the context of the action that's before you today, or looking ahead into the future?
No, it's both. Because I'm asking how you got here, and again, I'm not contesting the projects in District 2 and 3 at all, because we've had conversation about those projects, and we've had presentations on master plans and so forth. But how did you get that the right number was $900,000 for ADA ramps in District 2 or 3? I mean, I don't know. Maybe and again, I'm not saying they're not needed, so I'm not arguing that point. But yeah, I'm looking ahead as well, because I don't know what didn't make the cut, so that next year we're not back into it and saying, well, we need to have phase 3 in this project versus a project that was going to be considered a newcomer on the list.
Mm-hmm. I think I'd look to maybe Celia and SHRA staff, and then also perhaps DOT to talk about this year's list. Again, I would really focus on the schedule that we've laid out in terms of next year, but in terms of the process that defined the projects, those that are on the list and those that didn't make the list. Maybe.
Yeah.
Celia.
So we had a consultation with county staff, and so DOT. Those are the projects that DOT brought to through the discussion. And we do try to keep when we together as a group look at projects, and because our requirements around spending and timely spending, so we try to look at it, and we will be looking at it in sort of in a 5-year window over time, as well as what would be project ready. So they're but these projects were the ones that came forward from DOT. So
yeah, well, and I appreciate it, Sally. I see Lachelle coming up, but it's not just DOT, because again, the point of reference I make is that we have park districts, fire districts, we have actually county parks that administer facilities. I'm talking specifically about the Delta now, where there are needs. There's been investments made, and if I got a $0 capital budget and very little for operations and maintenance and parks, then I may look to block grants. But I didn't even have a chance to compete that project this year, and again, it may not have fared any better than what's currently on the list, but I want to know that it's not just DOT, which I'm supportive of. We got streetlights in Rosemont, and we've supported in South Sacramento, and now we're going to get some other things in other areas of the county. I want to know, though, that we don't just have $100,000 to compete in all the other block grant eligible types of public works and or infrastructure that's important to small communities, rural communities, to disadvantaged communities. And those census tracts change, and so I guess I'm trying to get some sense about that. And maybe Lachelle, you've been at this for a long time, but we're using one filter, which I'm okay with, to the degree that DOT knows those needs and works with individual supervisors. But I want to know, and we're now increasing that pot to $150,000, which it's still not a lot of money. And again, I was going to suggest maybe we even put a few more dollars in there for next year, because basically we're investing in 4 projects here and all the other things that we do, and then there's no other eligible projects for districts 4, 5, and 1, let alone 2 and 3, to compete for in some of those smaller ways with park districts and others that I mentioned. So.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was just going to, Lachelle Dozier, Executive Director, SHRA. I was just going to talk about the process coming up for next year. So what we've set up is a time frame that we'll start having discussions. A letter goes from me to the county exec to kick it off, and then we come to you as a board in January to have this type of discussion. So I will definitely make sure that as a part of those monthly briefings, I give you an update to let you know that that's coming, but we put that into the process so that there would be this open dialogue so we could hear from you exactly what you're saying. What are those types of projects that you think are beneficial within your district? Then we'll go back and start having discussions at the staff level about all of those. And then we built in another time frame where we'll come back before you so you can see that entire list. So I think the process coming up starts to address exactly what you're talking about and an opportunity to have that level of input.
So if I could just chime in, as Ms. Dozier said, a lot of this is comments that were coming from Supervisor Cerna also at one point in having a timeline. So in working with the agency, what we understood is that you wanted to make sure that there was a timeline, you knew where in the process to plug in and how we're going to move forward. Moving forward, that's the attachment that you're referring to, and there's a couple of check-in points where the agency will be checking with the board members, will be checking in with county staff and back. So we view that have improved the process to get you what dates so you can start thinking about if you have a list, which obviously you all have lists, so that we'll know where to plug it in, and then if there's needs within the county that we have not thought about, it could be needs, as you mentioned, for park districts or dependent park district. Our Parks Department on the dependent park district, they do assist them with capital needs when we have money. So we are viewing this to be a fairly comprehensive process to work together on this and not to exclude anybody out of that.
Well, and I appreciate that. I guess, but the kind of the eligible list got narrowed down to several projects, but I guess I don't see what the list was, if there was a list. Again, I have monthly briefings, and those are helpful, but I also respectful the process that we set in place here. And I guess I would just suggest now that, not just dependent park districts. Again, I would reference specifically the Delta.
No, I just use that as an example. Absolutely.
Yeah, okay,
That's not an absolute. If you want to see what list, we could absolutely work on that. That was purely a reference point.
Okay. And so I don't know what it was for this year because, again, I don't know all the ones that didn't make the cut list. And if there is a list like that, I guess I'd like to see that because, again, it would seem to me that otherwise we're all going to be considered new projects, coming into this. And, and if there's some basis for having been considered, been vetted, okay, you got to wait your turn. I get it. But now if we're all just, kind of lumped in there, and to my point on the NOFA, and then I'll let some other folks speak here, is that I think we ought to increase that since we have such a limited, pool. Relative to those that are going to get funded here in significant amounts, I'd like to see us at least increase the NOFA. We talked about this earlier, about the 150 to 200,000, because that is right now the only pool for the next year anybody gets to compete for in some of those other areas, whichever district it is in. So, and they're small projects. They're limited to, I guess maximum whatever the amount of funding is, but they're requests that are fairly urgent in some cases. So I'd like to see us take that into consideration before you act on this today. Thanks.
Supervisor Frost.
Hi, Lachelle. I'm just kind of tagging on to what Supervisor Natoli is talking about. We've had some conversations regarding my district, and so I'm a little bit sensitive to what he's saying. Should we assume that the projects that we've talked about and that we've been working on are kind of working their way through the system as far as, I had requested a project in Rio Linda.
Correct. I don't think we should make that assumption. I think that those are projects that need to come back before in January and be discussed here at the dais. So the project that you're referring to in your district, the lighting project, that is definitely something that should be raised in January so that it becomes a part of the consideration for funding for 2020.
Okay, so we're not talking about an equal division by district. It's just, we're as district, as needs come up, it's great.
That is the case, but we do track the amount of funding that is used in each district, and we keep track of that over at least a 5-year time frame so that we can kind of balance that with what your contribution is and the number of low-income individuals within your community. But it is not an absolute, because it just doesn't work out. Projects just don't work out that evenly.
I understand. I also wanted to go back to the conversation around housing, and I had a question relating to, because in your conversation you were talking about affordable rental opportunities and how they are increasingly limited, and this is of particular concern to me because I'm hearing about an increasing homeless problem among our seniors, and for some of these seniors, it's just a matter of their rent got raised $100 a month, and they don't have an extra $100 a month. They're on a limited, fixed, low income, and I know we have a certain. We can use vouchers, but we can't always put our vouchers to work. And I have the impression that in California, because of the high cost of housing and the high cost of rents, that our vouchers are actually, our vouchers are actually using more federal funding than other states that might necessarily be using because of our higher cost of housing, and we're not able to put as many of them to use because of our higher cost of housing. So it's like hitting us from all different sides of that scenario. And I wanted to know if you could tell me, will there be, can we get, I guess this is a request, can we get creative to figure out how we can help seniors? Because that problem is growing. And it's a matter of, once they're out, it's going to cost us a lot more to help them than if we can just figure out how to fund the delta between, their need and their reality.
Absolutely, we can take a look at that. And this particular funding does lay out a specific amount that is set aside for housing purpose, but there is a lot of information and a lot of studies that is showing how many seniors are now in need of housing, and it's getting worse and worse. So we need to take a look at that and come back and see what other different solutions we can have. I will be coming forward in the budget presentation and be talking about some of the changes that they've made in the voucher that makes it a little bit better. But I think we still need to have a more specific strategy to address senior housing.
Is it with flexibility with the voucher? Are the changes in flexibility in how you can use them?
It's not necessarily the flexibility, but we have received a higher rate that we can pay based on zip codes. So it gives us a little bit more latitude.
Supervisor, I was just going to add to what Lachelle is saying. You recall that on October 8th, we brought to you our plan for SB2 funding, and we targeted specifically money for senior housing needs to address some of these the specific needs you're addressing. And I think that might give us an opportunity for some other creative discussions we can have to address that
Is
situation.
that to build more housing? I'm trying to remember. Or is that as a subsidy? Because
We haven't specified. We wanted to have discussions with the Agents Commission and other stakeholders about how best to use that funding. But I think there definitely are some possibilities there.
Okay, so just in final, I would like to submit that you can't build it fast enough to help the number of
Right.
seniors, and there are those that are right on the edge. And so if we can get creative and figure out how to keep them, the ones on the edge, from going homeless, we're going to, that to me is a priority, because once you build the affordable housing, it fills up so fast, and then there's a whole bunch of others waiting in line.
Thank you.
Like that.
Supervisor Frost, just following through on Bruce's comment, on the 8th, we did talk about $300,000 of SB2 funds, year 2 money, that would go to rental assistance for seniors to help keep seniors that are on the edge in their existing homes, help keep them in their homes. And we're continuing to look at new opportunities at how we could target programs and pull in more resources to support that. So in addition to creating new housing. It's helping those that are currently on the edge in their existing homes, help keeping them in their homes.
Is our Heart and SAC self-help housing, are all the community organizations aware of that? Because the conversation I had the other night is, you know, that's the conversation I had the other night.
Okay.
I'm just curious, can we make them aware that those, who do they call if they have a senior right here, right now?
Thank you. We'll definitely look at that, and if they're not aware of it, we'll take extra steps to make sure that they are, and we get their input.
And can you let us know so that if we have someone ask our office, we can tell them that? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Back to the CDBG conversation real quick. When we have the dedicated presentation in January about this process, which I appreciate, I think it's kind of long overdue, but are we going to have a look back, whether it be 5 years, 10 years, in terms of how and where the CDBG funds have been expended and, you know, for what purposes? I think it'd be helpful to kind of understand the history and keep us from considering whatever process is going to guide us and making thoughtful decisions about those federal funds moving forward. Helps us give us some context about where we've placed past investments.
Absolutely, we can include that.
And then lastly, on the impediments analysis for the housing part of this, have we, you know, I think all 5 of us are probably hearing about cases in our respective districts where housing choice vouchers have not worked as well as we had hoped in terms of having willing landlords participate in the program. Is that being considered an impediment? Do we have some kind of inventory? Do we have an understanding of how many and where perhaps multifamily landlords are not accepting the vouchers any longer, and they've had past histories of accepting the vouchers, thereby making it even more difficult for folks that have those vouchers to apply them?
Yes, we do have data that tells us how long it is taking people with vouchers to lease up, which is over a year, in all honesty. People who have a voucher, it's taking them over a year because they are getting on lists, and it takes that long for their names to come up on the list. However, we have been taking a look at some landlord incentive type programs. We've made some changes to the program to make it easier to access for landlords, but the landlord incentives is another issue that I want to talk about during the budget. If there were a more flexible pot of funding, we could use that to really make it easier for landlords to participate. And we have very specific things that we could do that we've seen other jurisdictions use that have made the voucher much more marketable.
What about, and I appreciate that, but what about a data set that gives us some idea of whether or not you have some participating landowners that have or landlords that have accepted the vouchers for the last 10 years, 20 years, but you know, given economic conditions, given rent increases, given pressures that are outside the control of the board or SHRA, have decided not to accept them any further, thereby making it even more difficult to use the vouchers as a key component part of our strategy to address homelessness.
Okay, we'll take a look and see if we can pull down that data, because what I hear you saying is those landlords who are going off of the program.
Correct.
Yes, we can.
Because that functionally constricts the capacity for us to use them as intended, right?
It does.
Okay.
It does.
And is that, so that's not considered in this AI?
It does.
It does? So it sounds like we actually have some of that off the shelf. That's something I'd like to either see individually, or perhaps you know, the rest of the board might also be interested in, and the public as well. It might be something worth agendizing maybe early in the year.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have no further questions from the board. I also have no speaker slips. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, I would move the item, but I would with one modification, that and again, maybe Sally could speak to it, to move, I guess, 50,000 from maybe the reserve to put into the small grant notice of funding availability for next year to increase the amount from 150 to 200,000, which is a competitive grant process for, different entities within our respective districts in qualifying areas. Is there the sufficient dollars to do that?
Yes, we can do that, certainly.
Okay, so that would be my motion. So to move the staff recommendation, again, with our thanks to all that contributed to it, with that one modification.
Chair will second. Please vote. Thank you.
And the motion carries with Supervisor Peters recusing.
Now, item 57.
I will call the correct item now. You are acting as the Board of Supervisors and the Housing Authority of the County of Sacramento. I do need a motion to drop item 57, Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency Economic Opportunity Plan, Section 3.
So move. We have a motion and a second by Supervisor Cerna. Please vote.
The reason for dropping?
Michelle can address that.
There's some additional information that we want to bring, so we want to bring back a more robust report, and so it will come back on the agenda.
Okay, very good, thanks.
We
Thank
like
you.
robust. Robust is good. Thank you.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
Item 58.
Item 58, now you are back as the Board of Supervisors. This is the designation of an underground utility district on Hazel Avenue from Sunset Avenue to Madison Avenue, the environmental impact report. They don't tell me what it is.
Yeah, you're going to have to raise that.
Good morning, Chair Kennedy, members of the board, Steve White with the Department of Transportation. The item before you is the creation of an underground utility district on Hazel Avenue from north of Sunset to Madison. And this district will be an extension of the district that you created a few years back for the Phase 2 project. I do have a couple of slides. Whoa. I'll press on without the slides. It's a very brief presentation. There are some benefits to creating this district. First off, it'll obviously improve the aesthetics on the corridor. By creating the district and moving the undergrounding forward with the roadway project, we also get some economy of scale savings. There we go. By constructing it with the roadway project. Really the key element of this item is it enables us to seek reimbursement in the neighborhood of $1.2 million for the joint trench substructure that would go in with the roadway project. So we will be seeking reimbursements from SMUD through their system enhancement program, from AT&T under Tariff Rule 32, and also from CCI and Comcast. Other obvious benefits, the creation of the district eliminates the ability of utility companies to place utility poles there in the future. And on pretty much every public meeting that I go to on any roadway project nowadays, the public wants utility undergrounding, so has strong public support. Just a couple of last-minute additions to this presentation. Late last night, we did receive correspondence from AT&T, basically not contesting the district as I read it, but contesting the allocation of costs. We received a similar letter from Comcast this morning. Again, the key element of this item is by creating the district, Tariff Rule 32 applies, which gives us the ability to seek reimbursement from AT&T. We understand that they're disputing the allocation of costs. We will work with them for an equitable solution. And there is some history on this. From the first phase, they took a similar position, and the staff report outlines the results of that, which was we did recoup payment from AT&T. So this step today enables that process to get started. Similarly with Comcast, both of these companies, we have very good relationships at the staff level, and we're confident that we will be able to work out an equitable solutions with both of them. But again, this action today really enables us to initiate those conversations. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions the board might have.
Supervisor Frost.
I just want to make sure I understand. The letter from Comcast intimates that in the past that we have covered the capital cost capital improvement cost. And so we're proposing now to change the way we've done it as we're moving forward. And we're voting now to just allow you to begin to have those conversations on how that will look.
That's correct. When we first got into the undergrounding business about 15 years ago on Fulton Avenue, there have been some changes to Public Utilities Code Section 5885, and we've become aware of these, and Council has advised us that does give us an avenue to seek to recoup these capital costs from CCI and Comcast. Essentially, they're subject to the same requirements as AT&T. So if we're able to prevail and get reimbursed by AT&T, we would expect to prevail with CCI and Comcast as well.
Supervisor Peters.
Yes, I guess my question is about the same thing. This seems to be are you responding to a change in the law? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. As far as AT&T,
is it a state law?
It is a Public Utilities Commission action.
So it'll be state.
CPUC, yeah.
So what you're saying is, typically we've come to an agreement with them in advance of this kind of thing. So is this the first project that we are going in this new direction under the new PUC law?
This is the first time we're going in this direction. That's correct. Okay. AT&T, it's the same. At AT&T, it'll be the same discussion that we had during phase 2. But with CCI and Comcast, this is uncharted territory, yes.
Did AT&T contribute last time?
We filed a complaint with the CPUC. We entered mediation, and they did eventually pay us $315,000.
And what percentage of the total cost was that $315,000?
So the $315,000, that basically represented the cost AT&T would have incurred had they put their own substructure in with their own contractor, which is a little bit less than what it cost the county's contractor, but it was, 2/3 to 75% of what our costs were.
Okay. So did you attempt to recover costs from Comcast and the other one?
We did not after that phase because we were not aware of the changes to 5885, and they did happen some time ago. We just became aware of them recently in working with council.
Okay. I have copies of emails from AT&T now and this letter from Comcast. How long have you been in discussions with them about this subject?
So with AT&T, we've been having informal discussions for at least 6 months on this. Comcast and CCI, we just sent a notification out to them about a month ago that this was going to be our approach, that we were going to be seeking reimbursement. And I think that letter went, I don't have the date, I think it went out probably about 4 weeks ago, and we just got the response earlier today. But we have a good relationship with their staff, and this starts the dialogue.
Okay. I'm trying to relate it. Would it be like starting an eminent domain case so that you can have discussions? Is it? Well, maybe we shouldn't compare it.
I mean, essentially, they have a different interpretation of. AT&T has a different interpretation of Rule 32 in their tariff, and CCI and Comcast, CCI hasn't weighed in yet, but Comcast has a different interpretation of 5885 in the PUC code.
So you said you've been in conversations with AT&T for 6 months approximately, but only 1 month with Comcast. Why the difference in the amount of time you spent on it?
We just sent them the letter out, and we've been working with council trying to figure out exactly what 5885 means, and the interpretation was that we could seek reimbursement, and that's how we've moved forward.
Okay, maybe Lisa county council could shed a little light on this.
I'm actually going to have to ask Katrina Nelson to come address it. She's in the audience. She represents Department of Transportation, has been working with them on it.
Morning, board members. Katrina Nelson with the County Council's office. So I think one of the reasons we started talking to AT&T first is because in phase 2 we had the same, scenario where the county established a underground utility district, AT&T disputed the way we allocated costs and said they were not responsible for the cost of the undergrounding structure. And then we ended up having to file a complaint, as Steve mentioned, that ultimately arrived at settlement. For this one, because the law requires that we treat CCI and Comcast the same way we treat AT&T, we wanted, to start the conversations with AT&T first to get a sense as to what they were willing to do, because that would dictate essentially what we would be able to seek reimbursement for against CCI and Comcast.
So if we pass this today, all three of the utilities that you described still have the opportunity, you're going to still have the opportunity to have a discussion and dispute or not dispute, and
yes,
it's just kind of a different process than going to court. They go to the PUC.
Right. No. So our county code gives us the ability to establish an underground utility district, and then the rules that apply to AT&T state that when a county does this, then there's a discussion and determination as to whether they pay a portion of it or not at all. And so that's the kind of discussion we're wanting to start.
Okay, and thank you very much. Is anybody here from AT&T or Comcast?
Yes, but when I open up the public hearing.
Okay. I don't have any more questions on that subject at this point in time.
Yes, absolutely.
Does the underground utility district then go on in perpetuity?
It would go on until the board took an action to dismantle. That may not be the right term, but to eliminate it.
Okay, if there's no other questions, thank you very much. We will open up the public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to address, actually, first we do have one card, but I don't see him here. Is Philip Arndt here? He was here earlier.
I haven't seen
We
it.
have a letter from him.
Yeah, we do have a letter from him, so that is a part of the record. And the public hearing is open. If there's anybody that would like to address this issue at this time, please come forward. Seeing none and having no cards, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board.
I'm going to move the staff recommendation, given that the statement from County Counsel's office is that the utilities still have the ability to negotiate and come up with whatever suggestion, whatever number it turns out to be. So that doesn't seem unusual to me. So that's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. No comments? Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Is this the first district, or was Fulton the first district? Is this the first one of its kind?
No, there was one previously on Hazel.
Okay, previously on Hazel, okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I think we didn't know about this rule
Got it.
recently.
Okay, thanks.
Item 59, please.
Item 59 is the Water Forum Successor Effort Update.
May I have the PowerPoint?
And at this time, I just wanted to make a brief statement, and that's that apparently my comment earlier about public comment was misconstrued by some. I did not say that we will not take public comment. Absolutely will take public comment. What I said was I'm going to take public comment that is specific to the issue of jail expansion in the afternoon because we have now consolidated for all practical purposes in the afternoon items 15, 66, and 67, and it makes more sense to take those in the afternoon. So there will be public comment that will not be hindered. So thank you. Go ahead. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It is afternoon. Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'm Tom Goring, Executive Director of the Water Forum, and I'd like to give you a quick update on the status of the forum. Some of you may recall that the forum was first created through a set of discussions that happened over 25 years ago. At that time, it was well understood that water was an issue related to growth and to economic health of this region. And we were having some water issues. In particular, groundwater volumes were being depleted. In some cases, groundwater levels were dropping as quickly as a foot per year. And at the same time, there was a recognition that some of our valued environmental resources were in decline. and so environmental resources that are related to water, in particular fish population, were in decline. So a group of folks came together representing water districts, businesses, environmental groups, and public agencies, and they negotiated something called the Water Forum Agreement. The agreement was signed in the year 2000. It expires in the year 2030, and it is dedicated to two co-equal objectives: providing a reliable water supply for the region's economic growth and protecting the resources of the Lower American River. Really quickly, I'd like to click through the actions that are bulleted at the bottom of the slide there and talk to you a little bit about things that have been accomplished in each one of those categories. First of all, in general, some of the water-related accomplishments in the region since 2000 include optimization of upstream reservoirs through relicensing, both on the SMUD side and the Placer County Water Agency side. We have new FERC agreements that optimize those flows and provide resources for the region. We have banked a significant amount of groundwater in the underground. It's been estimated at up to 200,000 acre feet. It's 20% of the total volume of Folsom Reservoir. We have implemented dry year actions. Part of the Water Forum Agreement requires surface water diverters to cut back in dry years to preserve some water for the river, and we have successfully implemented those in dry years, including the critical drought that we had in this decade. We have improved river habitat, and I have a slide on that in a minute. We have invested aggressively in water conservation, and we are seeing the results of that in reduced per capita water use. And finally, we have developed an improved standard for flow in the Lower American River that promises to further improve conditions for our fishery. Many of our agency members, including Sacramento County, have had the opportunity to build a lot of infrastructure projects related to water without contest from our environmental colleagues. So, how are we doing with increasing our water demand? Well, back when the Water Forum Agreement was signed, we had estimated that water use in the region would approximately double. This is surface water use in the region, would approximately double between 1995 and 2030. And for the first 8 years or so of this century, we followed that line almost exactly. And then starting in 2008, 2009, several things happened in the region that resulted in a drastic reduction per capita water use, which results in a total reduction in water use as well. Those actions included some temporary effects of the Great Recession, but it also included new state plumbing ordinances, water meter retrofits in the region, and other aggressive water conservation actions. The last 2 points on that figure in water use for the region relate to the extreme reduction in water use during the drought. I need to get data and update this slide, but we have rebounded a little bit since then, but our water use continues to be much lower than was estimated back when we signed the agreement. Groundwater levels. I stated that when the agreement was signed, we were seeing water levels in our groundwater drop dramatically. Since the Water Forum Agreement was signed, and many of the Water Forum members have implemented conjunctive use water management, we've seen those water levels not just stabilize but rebound. And they did drop a little bit more during the drought, but they've since rebounded as well. Mentioning groundwater, the Water Forum Agreement called for the Water Forum successor effort to have an involvement in developing groundwater management plans and helping local entities develop their own local governance method for managing groundwater. We were successful in doing that in the 2000 to 2005 era. But in 2015, the new state groundwater law, SGMA, or the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, kind of changed the nature of that game. And so the Water Forum has dug back into our original enabling document and pointed out to our board that helping out folks with groundwater management and developing groundwater management plans in compliance with the new groundwater management law is also part of our mission. So our staff and some of our consultants have been convening a group of 7 separate groundwater agencies in the Cosumnes Subbasin. So this is a part of Sac County, south of the Cosumnes River, but north of the county line. Folks who Supervisor Natoli will tell you are noted for their rugged individualism. So helping those folks self-govern.
Like Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Helping those folks self-govern in order to comply with the state law is something that's taken a lot of effort and something we appreciate the opportunity to do.
Sometimes I'm the only guy in the room with a tie on, so.
Habitat management, I mentioned we've had actual on-the-ground projects to improve conditions in the lower American River. This slide shows in the green bars the local contribution to our Habitat Fund, which is about $600,000 a year. That's not only from Sacramento County, but from some other water agencies in the region. The black bars in this chart show how we've been able to leverage the local funding using state and federal and sometimes private grants. In fact, when it comes to Habitat dollars, we've been able to bring in about $1.26 for every local dollar for these types of projects. We just did one of these projects. You may have had a chance to see it. We were moving a gravel around in the lower American River right outside the hatchery to improve conditions with the fish. That particular project was about 80% funded by the Bureau of Reclamation. There are a few statistics about how many tons of gravel we've moved. These projects are critical in not just recovering our iconic salmon populations in the lower American River, but keeping them from blinking out of existence. And finally, I'll talk about our Lower American River Flow Management Standard. The Water Forum Agreement asked that we develop a new approach to operating Folsom Dam for the benefit of fishery species. And that's because at the time, it was observed that there are inadequate habitat for salmon. Sometimes the flows in the river are too low. In fact, when the agreement was signed, the governing regulation for flow in the American River was a state water board decision that was made in 1958, which allow flows in the river to drop as low as 170 cubic feet per second. We're at 2,700 out the door today. So 170 is pretty devastating for our fisheries. Oftentimes, water in the river was too warm. Warm water temperatures have been noted by scientists as the single greatest limiting factor to continued survival of salmon species in the American River. And finally, because we do expect to have additional extractions of water from the lower American River system, going into the future, things may get worse, so we need to have some protections in place.
On that, so
yes, sir.
Does the joint federal project at Folsom Dam, does that make that more doable than it has been in the past?
It does. Okay. It does, because the joint federal project results in a modest, like less than 20,000 acre-foot increase in yield on an average annual basis. It increases storage in the reservoir, which also increases cold water pool in the reservoir, which helps the temperature conditions.
Thank you.
It's not enough, though. We do need to do our flow standard and some hardware improvements as well. Our latest flow standard has been accepted on a tentative basis by the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. We're currently in the process of negotiating with them how we will enter into some form of an agreement between the federal government and our local water interests and environmental interests to have them continue to follow this flow regime to our benefit moving into the future. Challenges on the horizon, as I mentioned, we're trying to finish up our Lower American River Flow Standard. That has been an important feature of water policy in this region for at least the last 7 years, and it will be really important to finish that up. We hope to continue to push for upgrades to Folsom Dam temperature management hardware. There is a temperature control curtain or shutters that hangs from the water side of the dam that are about 60 years old that are inadequate and need to be upgraded. We expect that we will continue our salmon restoration projects. As long as we can continue to go out there and scrape up funding, we will keep making conditions better for the fish. We hope to help our locals complete their groundwater sustainability plans, compliant with the new state law. This region's plans are all due in January of 2020, and so I think we're on track to do that. And I will just add that although it is not written down anywhere in the Water Forum Agreement, it's never written in our annual budget, I would say that most of the members of the Water Forum have observed that their membership in the Water Forum and our advocacy for the water issues and the environment of this region has painted this region and this county as a group that is engaging in a high level of stewardship for the environment in this region, high level of water supply reliability for the people of this region. And when your staff and the staff of other water agencies in this region go before the State Water Board or go before other regulatory bodies, it makes a difference, a positive difference, that they're part of the Water Forum.
Let me interrupt you for a moment. Supervisor Frost.
Were you done?
I'm done.
Okay.
Perfect timing.
Well,
thank you.
I wanted to ask you, with the groundwater management, it was my understanding that the county kind of stepped in because they were working through some local issues. Is it our intention to continue our involvement, or do you see a time coming up when the county will let them take that and run with it in those local jurisdictions?
A good question and actually a complicated question, so if you'll bear with me. The county's involvement in facilitating development of the plan, we expect will, and by extension the Water Forum's involvement, will drop significantly after the plans are completed in January of 2022. However, the county water agency's involvement in continued management of the groundwater will likely continue because the groundwater law requires that there is some form of local governance on every square foot of land in each of these groundwater basins. Some patches of ground in the Cosumnes Basin and other places in the county have no local agency that was either able or willing to step up and take that role. So the county staff, and under your approval, have said that they will be the stand-in water agency managing groundwater for that basin until the time that some local entity becomes able and willing to take over that effort. Who knows how long that could be? I would expect that the county is going, at least on a limited basis, going to be in the business of groundwater management for many years to come.
Okay, and on page 6 of your PowerPoint, it talks about how the per capita usage of water has declined over time due to the drought and so forth. And I know in 2020 we're coming up to some policy requirements that will limit the amount of water that we can use. I think it's 50 gallons per capita or something like that. And
yeah.
Do you anticipate that graph then will, I mean, I'm thinking, what am I going to do? Because I like long showers. So my water usage is going to have to go down somewhere, and I have a big yard. I've got a problem.
I promise you, Supervisor, you're going to be okay.
Okay.
There are laws on the books that are governing per capita water use in local entities like ours. The 50 gallon per person per day is not for your house, is not the only metric that's used to build the allowable per capita use in a region. The current law says you start with an indoor per capita amount, and I don't even think it's 50. I think it's more. Is it 50? it may be more than 50. 50 times the number of people in a household, plus a reasonable amount of water for landscaping. And there are no plans on the books, there are no plans under consideration in this region to mandate that water budget on any individual homeowner.
It's just a best efforts type thing.
It's best efforts, and I can tell you that at our current rate of consumption, this region is in good stead to meet the mandate on a district-by-district basis.
Oh, okay. So do you think that line will go down then? Is that going to reduce continue to reduce, or do you think it'll impact water usage in California?
I think the new law will impact water usage in California. Previous laws have as well. A reduction in per capita water use can actually lead to economic stimulus, but if you overdo it, you can actually harm our local environment, our trees, for instance.
Property values.
That's right. But because of current trends in increased housing density, increased standards for available plumbing fixtures. You can't buy a high-flow toilet anymore, right? There will continue to be somewhat of a natural trend downward in per capita water use that I think will not be an economic harm.
I just have two more quick questions. The upstream reservoirs, you talked about those, and I know with the fires we've had some impact on the rivers and the streams with, silt that is being washed down the hill into the rivers and streams and actually reducing the capacity of our rivers and reservoir. I'm assuming, is that going to be impacting our reservoirs?
Yeah, you bet.
And how will we deal with that?
First of all, yes, it will impact us. It is not going to impact us significantly in the next 50 to 75 years. There have been some fires in the American River watershed, significant fires. There have been some extra debris loads that have come into some of the reservoirs. Some of those have been mitigated by something they call a forebay, which captures sediment and then you can dredge it out. So is it possible that we could have a humongous, devastating fire that would put a bunch of debris down into our reservoir system? It's possible. When it happens, I'm confident that we'll have the tools to deal with it. Can't tell you what those tools are right now.
Okay, and lastly, I have a question relating to river habitat, and I have received, feedback, and I read articles about the E. coli in the river, and I wonder if you can comment regarding that, the river habitat and how that impacts it, and what are we doing anything to ensure that people on the beaches know the condition of our water in the rivers?
So let me start with, are we doing something? There is a need for additional action, but it's a really complicated problem. This is a problem that affects water quality, homelessness, state sanitation, recreation. My observation as someone whose job it is to care about stewardship of the Lower American River Parkway is that our parkway is being damaged on a daily basis by the presence of persons experiencing homelessness. As a human being, I can't advocate that we go out and just yank those human beings out of that environment. So we have a problem, and it's a complex problem. As for E. coli, there have been hotspots in the American River. There's been a hotspot in Steelhead Creek, which is, for you flood control advocates, is called the NEMDEC. And the uptick in E. coli levels is very closely correlated with an increase in homeless person presence in those environments. It has not been proven that E. coli is directly related to human waste. It's likely. What do we do about it? I don't know. There are some who would suggest that sanitation and restrooms would be useful. I will direct you to your Parks Director, Liz Bellis, who is on this problem, and I think is working tirelessly to try to address this problem. It's bigger than water, it's bigger than parks, it's bigger than government services. And we're all going to have a hand in this if we're going to fix it in the future.
I know we have some signage. I've been told the signage is not prominent, as prominent as it could be, and there were concerns regarding language disparities. I want to throw that out as, for those hot spots.
Yeah.
If there's a way we can, I don't think it costs that, I don't know if it costs a lot of money, but, it seems like if we're going to have the signage, if it can be prominent and we can at least try to make sure as many people as possible understand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Happy to take that message back.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, I'm very brief in this, Chair. Just want to thank Tom and certainly the Water Forum for their good work and leadership on a number of things that obviously he covered in his slideshow today, and I think pointed out obviously the work that's ongoing. I just would note too that certainly the efforts of the forum. I want to thank Michael Peterson and Kerry Schmitz and folks with his department on some of the work both in the Central Basin, South American Basin, certainly Cosumnes Sub-Basin. It's been a bit laborious at times to, one, as I think Tom talked about, just all the outreach that goes into that, and we've had a number of community forums, obviously many meetings, certainly as various elected bodies are in session, but also obviously offline, and the work of putting those plans together, which is key and critical, and I think that that effort is going to have to ramp up, over the next few months, and I think seeking the funding to support that. And again, I thank the county for its leadership in that role, but obviously Water Forum. And I know there's probably about time, though, that we get a report specifically on what we're doing with the groundwater. So I guess I was going to use this opportunity, Michael, to maybe working with the executive's office before the end of the calendar year to get a report to our board so we can kind of know where we are point in time, the good work that's going on. Obviously, the forum has complemented that in many ways. But we have some grant applications that I think one's due here in just a few days. And so I don't want to interrupt any of that work, but I would think it would be timely for this board to understand where we are, point in time, the work that's been undertaken, as well as some of the challenges that still lie ahead. But I think there is a good, strong commitment, albeit with some difference of opinion at times, to actually getting us to that goal, because obviously I think we prefer to, in many different manners, to have the county and the local agencies, the local governments do the work and meet the commitments rather than have the state step in. So I think that's been our goal all along. And I don't know if, Michael, you wanted to add something. Yeah.
Well, I think we can come back and give you a status report. We've been anticipating doing that. We'd like to have gotten some significant progress in certain areas to make sure that we've got something significant to present, but on behalf of the entities that are involved in that facilitated process, we can have our staff person who really is the one who just corrals those groups together. We can provide an update to this board, certainly.
I think it'd be helpful. But anyway, thank you, and thanks, Tom, for your work.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Item 60.
Okay, item 60 is the Americans with Disabilities Act Countywide Self-Evaluation and Transition Plan update and initiation of a 30-day public comment period.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. David Devine, Director of Personnel Services. And this is a first important step in terms of adopting the transition plan according to the Americans with Disabilities Act. In fact, we're just asking you to receive the draft of the Americans with Disabilities Act with the self-evaluation and transition plan, and also to initiate the 30-day public comment period. We'll be back in front of your board in early 2020 for the final adoption of the plan. So I have a brief PowerPoint here that I will go over in respect of your time and the time of the individuals in the audience.
I'm sure we all read the entire binders.
Okay, yeah. They were pretty lengthy. Why are we doing this? The Americans with Disabilities Act requires it underneath the Code of Federal Regulations. The reason we have to take a look at this is to provide any barriers to county services and also to the physical environment. So this is something that we've undertaken. To identify potential barriers, the ADA requires a self-evaluation of our current services, policies, and practices, and also to remove any other physical barriers. This has been a concerted effort between the Departments of Personnel Services, General Services, and Transportation, as well as with the Disability Advisory Commission. So we've been working on this. What we've done so far is we've done surveys and interactions with county departments regarding programs and services, policy review, and the ADA self-evaluation report. Also, we did a survey of the built environment, which included county buildings, which was like over 160 county facilities we took a look at, both owned and leased, and then looked at the public right-of-way, looking at sidewalks, curb cuts, bus stops, and any other public infrastructure, and then looking at the ADA transition plan. So the key elements is a survey of the built environment, which we said we've conducted, a survey of programs, services, and activities. Coming up will be a plan for barrier mitigation, a schedule for barrier mitigation, and the appointment of a county official to administer the plan. And that will come when we do the adoption of the final transition plan. Also, I want to say during this period, we retained the services of Sally Swanson Associates, and they're in their audience today, and they helped us with a great deal. And then we've been doing this since August of 2017. So what we're asking today is the ADA requires that interested persons be given an opportunity to participate in self-evaluation process by submitting comments, and request opening of a 30-day public comment period. We have a portal on our website. Also, we're doing outreach through the Disability Advisory Commission and stakeholder groups in terms of getting the word out in terms of comments.
David, just so I'm clear, does the board have to take action to open that 30-day public comment?
Yes, that's that's the action we have today. Next steps is like open the 30-day comment period, to integrate the final county and public comments, finalize implementation plan, and return to you in early 2020 with the final transition plan that would contain any comments that we received. I'm here to answer any questions. We have the Director of General Services, Jeff Gassaway here, Ron Vicari, and also we have from Transportation, and also we have representatives from Sally Swanson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? If not, we do have public comment. Thank you, David. Helen O'Connell. Good afternoon, Helen.
Good afternoon. My name is Helen O'Connell. I would like to state for the record that I'm on the RT Mobility Advisory Council and am active in other transportation committees. I believe that the county needs to make sure that any bus stop is accessible to be able to use the buses, because a lot of the county doesn't have the infrastructure to allow the buses to be boarded by people with disabilities over many different disabilities. I'm concerned that people are going to think that once this project is implemented, that everything is going to be thought of and everybody will be addressed. But I have an issue with the infrastructure, sidewalks, curb cuts in the county. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Helen. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just briefly, Mr. Chair, I know we're going to have a chance to have this come back to us since we're going to open the public comment period, but one of the things, and again, I certainly haven't had a chance to pile through all the binders yet either, but I know this has been a significant body of work, and there's been a good deal of self-evaluation, both departmentally, but certainly as it relates to facilities, which would be some of the compliance activities that would require the investment. But when I see at the end of it kind of the financial analysis that is laid out here, and it's almost $2 billion in the public rights of way to obtain compliance, at least under the standards as they currently exist, and a little less than $100 million. And I assume that that's for facilities and not for the ongoing training that's necessary to make sure that the accessibility and certainly I think the ability to communicate with folks, since many of the county services are delivered via people in person and over the telephonically or in other means that do require and may help with access in some cases, but not always. And so I think when this comes back, and I don't know how the priorities are laid out here as it relates to one, training, because again, we employ a workforce of certainly close to 12,000 people, and interface airports and animal care and law enforcement and public health, and you go down through the entire list of all the departments, both internal and external. And so as to how we're going to address this and pay for it, because when it says many years, I got to think that looking at that type of a hill to climb, and it doesn't speak to the necessity to comply or the importance of it. But I got to imagine you'd say many decades to get there. And so I think we need to be realistic, but we need to be. And I think we've done a number of priority improvements over time. Certainly, I'm familiar with them in this building and other buildings when it comes to physical access. But I think it's going to be important to, really prioritize and recognize that, changes that come in the future as it relates to maybe delivery of services, how those are made accessible, and we build those right into the costs of both planning, but certainly the way we do business, and to the way we employ people and or technologies to assist us in that regard. And so I would hope that as we open the public hearing here and get comments back from people like Helen and others who have experienced the challenge and difficulties in their day-to-day lives, but also as we look to plan for the future, because again, this is going to be one more item that we're going to have to, we and certainly our successors over the decades to come are going to have to grapple with. And I think it's important, and I think how we might address that in a meaningful way and continue to make improvements that show progress will be important, and how we measure that as well. And so again, maybe a lot that's contained in the binders, I don't know, but by the time we come back, 30-day comment period is over, hopefully some of those questions will be answered either by the material that was presented and or by some additional input from staff. Thanks.
Thank you. Michael Paravagna.
I'm here with Sally Swanson, Architects, just as a resource to the board.
Okay, thank you very much. Cheryl Bennett. And after Cheryl is Jean Lozano.
They're both coming down.
Okay. Followed by April Wick.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Cheryl Bennett, and I work in the Sacramento County Disability Compliance Office. In that role over the past 19 years, I have had the privilege of providing staff services to your Disability Advisory Commission. We fondly call it the DAC. It is in large part due to their volunteerism and advocacy that we are here today presenting you with the ADA Self-Evaluation and Transition Plan update. I want to thank the board for taking this big step forward for access. This is a very exciting day for our office. And I want to thank all of the dedicated county staff that assisted with this process. And there are two individual volunteers who deserve special recognition today. I'd like to introduce the two gentlemen whose pictures are on the cover of the ADA Self-Evaluation and Transition Plan reports. They were chosen for a very good reason. Long before I was here, long before even there was an ADA, they were working with county staff in transportation, general services, and parks, providing professional level technical expertise that has helped us remove barriers in the built environment and create accessible public spaces going forward. Mr. Jean Lozano is your current chair of the Disability Advisory Commission and its founding father, going all the way back to 1978. Mr. Scott Harger has been an active member of the Physical Access Subcommittee of the DAC for over 40 years as well. Their 80-plus years of combined service, volunteer service, included thousands of hours of meetings, reviewing policies and regulations, performing site visits, and coordinating closely with staff to determine workable solutions to access problems. Jean and Scott, Sacramento County is a more inclusive place to live because of your work, and I just wanted to say thank you so very much for your dedicated service to our citizens with disabilities and their families, and to Sacramento County. Thank you, Jean and Scott.
Thank you so much.
And Jean and Scott have also signed up to speak, so while they're here.
Please do.
Okay.
I know that Supervisor Natoli will be happy because I believe he did appoint Jean originally.
Started at the same time.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. Jean Lozano, Chair, County Disability Advisory Commission. I wish to first say that we've had a preliminary, it's been a great opportunity, an honor for us to be involved from day one on having this plan developed and brought to you. And that we've been involved all the way, including helping with the decision on the choice of the consultant team, and then laying out what should be done in the process internally and the drafting of the documents, and to provide guidance even to the consultant and county staff throughout. As you've noted, the binder is rather thick and highly technical, and I'm certain you're going to find that it's something that you will understand very easily, things that you do address in your various other adventures with pursuing the betterment of the county as a whole. I just want to say that we are going to continue being committed to be involved. We will be reviewing the document more thoroughly, going over the technical things and making recommendations. I do want to just note that next year it's going to be brought to you for your approval, and that we really hope that you will consider the central authority for the county-wide implementation of this plan to be designated the County Disability Compliance Office. They are the hub, the cohesiveness that brings all the different departments together when it comes to compliance with the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 and the ADA. To do that, they are going to be needing additional allocation of staff and other funding resources to be ensured that they can monitor and perform other tasks that are needed. They will be needing the distribution of information to countywide to the staff, including the grievance process, and other policies that for access that will have to be developed that do not exist right now. There'll be the maintaining of the ADA self-evaluation database that will be used for monitoring. The monitoring of the whole process, to seeing that the departments are able to implement the accessibility in their programs, services, and activities and facilities, as well as the staff giving them support. And of course, the writing of these policies, and most importantly, the training that will have to be involved. And you have staff right now that are skilled and very knowledgeable in the subject matter, but they can't carry the load on their own. They need additional help. The other thing would be for the DAC. the Disability Advisory Commission to still continue to be involved in this process, it's yours and the county's staff advisors on those disability-related issues, including the implementation of this plan. The thing that we have been those of us that are on the commission right now and do hear from our peers in the community that they want to be certain that those of us that are on it are skilled and knowledgeable and have understanding on the various aspects of disciplines that need to be considered when implementing this plan, like how to do plan evaluation, understanding program evaluation, doing document assessment, having some knowledge on the federal and state regulations and laws pertaining to access for people with disabilities. So this will, and others, these areas, we are trying to have the expertise, keeping our skills up to date, and we ask that when you are considering the appointing new members to the commission, that these be some of the factors you consider. That do they have these backgrounds, these skills and knowledgeable, so that they can, as those of us are currently on the DAC, provide the quality advisement that is needed, so that we're an equal player at the table. And so I would thank you very much of this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gene, and thank you for all your work. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is Scott Harger, and as Gene was the adult in the room, I'm the man that occupies the kiddie table. Anyway, I got sort of into all of this many, many years ago, over 40 now, because I was an architect, and I'm also a licensed contractor. So we have the disabled advocates on one side, and then we have bureaucrats or submittals for drawings and stuff. And the committee needed somebody that could read the damn drawings and explain what's going on or what's proposed. And that's where I fit in. And because I haven't found anybody else that wants to do it, I'm still here. Anyway, I would like to thank you folks for paying some attention to our committees and sending some of the departments our way to look at, to give us proposals on what they're trying to do. We've dealt with the Parks Department, Transportation, and recently the Election Committee, and they have all been very welcome to our suggestions. If the airport had have paid attention to our suggestions, they wouldn't have been sued. That's how bad it gets. But anyway, I would like to thank mainly Cheryl Bennett and all her work. I can remember her coming to our first meetings and kind of looking at us as like, strange group here. And now she has become, she knows the code, I think, better than I do. And so I commend her for all her hard work. And she also gets all of the public attention and the nasty calls and complaints about curb ramps and buses and everything. And also Corey, who's her boss, there's Corey up there, and Bill Irving and Ron Vicari, who was brought up quite properly, being that I went to high school with both his parents. They graduated, they were smarter than I was, but anyway, they have really been great for curb cuts, some of this complicated stuff where we've got slopes coming into other slopes, cross drove, drains, all of this stuff that nobody pays attention to except them and us. The other guy I would really like to thank is Gene Lozano, and for all his work and dedication. He's called me up on like Saturdays at 4 in the afternoon and saying, I need you to go look at this intersection. And I'm going, huh? Do I need to do it now, Gene? And he says, yeah, I think the height of the buzzer is off, Oh, okay, all right. So out we go. Anyway, I have been on some real adventures surveying different buildings, Memorial Auditorium being one while they were under construction, and they were demoing stuff in the room next to us. Oh, it was exciting. Many other, the old auditorium that's now going to be the new auditorium. We must have surveyed that thing 3 different times. Anyway, thank you, Gene, for being my friend and putting up with my bad jokes. Thank you.
Thank you, and I just want to say a special thank you again to Mr. Harger and Mr. Lozano for all your service to this county and to the people of the county who would otherwise not have quite the voice that they do without you. So with that, I'd actually like to give you a round of applause. And next, April Wick. Welcome, April.
Did you, I don't recall that you voted on the 30 period comment. I think you actually have to take action on that.
No, we'll hear this item. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not going to be opposed to that, so it's okay. Hi, I'm April Wick, and I'm the Executive Director of Resources for Independent Living. We are the local non-residential advocacy and resource center for people with disabilities and older adults serving Sacramento and Yolo counties. And first, I would just like to also echo the sentiments of the prior speakers and also thank Gene and several of the trailblazers. As a 38-year-old woman who uses a wheelchair, I have benefited from people who have come before me. I know that, for me to be able to sit here right now and speak before you at an accessible podium, that means somebody pushed for it. That means somebody prioritized it. Maybe somebody laid in front of an inaccessible one at one point. I don't know. That's highly likely in many communities. And so the fact that I'm able to benefit professionally from the civil rights laws, such as the Americans with Disabilities Act, and you're only as strong as the people who have come before you. And I have always tried to live my life to make sure that I can pave the way for future young people with disabilities who are coming up professionally and living in our community as well. So I want to thank them for their advocacy and their legacy that I'm benefiting from. I also want to say that we're really excited about the ADA transition plan, and I want to thank Cheryl Bennett and her team. We're really excited as an organization to engage with Cheryl. Cheryl and her team are going to be coming to our Consumer Advisory Committee on Friday to speak to us about the ADA transition plan and to get some of our public comments. And we're looking forward as an organization to gathering public comments and being a resource to the county, because I think that when you look at 1,000-page binders and you look at cost allocations, it's really easy to get lost into what this is really about, which is about creating equal access for everyone in our community. People with disabilities, many say that we're the largest minority group in the United States. What I like to say is that people with disabilities are a part of every single group in the United States of America. So we're women, we're Hispanics, we're Latino, we're Black, we're white, we're every single group has a person with a disability in it. And whether or not you think that, you may think, well, I don't work with people with disabilities, or I don't live with people with disabilities. Yes, you do. You just may not know it. People may just not have disclosed that to you. And so I'm really excited for our organization to be a partner with this body, with the county, with Cheryl's office, and I'm also in support of what Gene said about elevating the Disability Compliance Office. I think it's a mistake for the lens of a Disability Compliance Office to be so nested in risk management, and I think that that's a mistake that a lot of communities make, and we need to really elevate this as a social issue, a social justice issue, and and make sure that we're giving the adequate amount of resources, both staff time and financial, that this issue deserves. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to coming back when this is brought before your body again.
Thank you, April, and thanks for everything RAL does. Okay, that is the last public speaker slip I have. So with that, do we have a motion, which is typically how we do it, clerk?
I thought I didn't see her back there. I'm sorry.
Get the item.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Okay, for item 61, I do need a motion to continue this to November 5th at 11 a.m. This is the 2019 Domestic Violence Death Review Team Annual Report.
So moved.
Second.
Second, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
All right, with that, we do have off-agenda items, speaker slips. Again, I will say that we will hear anything pertaining to jail expansion in the afternoon. So if you're here for that remaining, we will meet afterwards, after closed session. Less light. I did see a number leave recently. William Barnett. Chad Osborne. Debbie Stollery. I believe it's Megashia Lee. Mackenzie Wilson. Robert Copeland. Saw Robert leave. Jacob Buckley. Raquel Seltzer. Thank you.
No. A lot of the members, you called her outside.
Okay, Robert, I'll give you another shot.
Hi, my name is Raquel Seltzer. I am a medical student here in Sacramento, and I just wanted to speak broadly about how we as a county are allocating our resources for health, safety, and wellness of our community. So I know there are many agenda items that are specific, and I want to bring us back a step to talk more broadly about how we're investing in providing resources and wellness for our community. So I work in student-run clinics, and unfortunately, the most difficult part of my job there is not learning the medical technicalities, but the lack of resources for our community. I've sat with people and tried to call many shelters, many food banks, tried to get them enrolled in health, to have access to health insurance, and no one has picked up the phone. Essentially, this means that our county is underfunding these crucial resources for people, and that leads to poor health outcomes. That leads to people on the street. That leads to people with substance use disorders that are not being treated. That leads to people who cannot take care of themselves because they have a mental illness and they are not afforded resources for that. I have called to try and get someone into a therapist, into see a psychiatrist, to no avail. And this leads to people, increasing numbers, on living on the streets unhoused against their will, and this leads to incarceration. This leads to people's possessions being taken away. This leads to their medications being taken away by the police. This leads to problems for our community at large. And so I just want to put before the council that, and the Board of Supervisors, that I wish we could, as a county, come up with a comprehensive plan to move away from incarceration and move towards healthier outcomes for our communities and towards investing in public services that the community says they want and need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, I'm going to go back because I think some of the people returned, so indulge me. I will read these names off again. Les Light. Here we go.
I'm with the Sacramento Tenants Union organizing team. Okay, we're actually doing public comment finally. That's good. So the passing of AB 1482 gives badly needed amelioration for the impossibly rent-crushed working tenants of California, but until it's actually implemented, managers and landlords are in the process of evicting and pricing out low-income tenants in our county at an alarming rate. There must be thousands. And these people have no way of getting down here to talk about this issue. What we are pleading for would be a moratorium on these no-fault evictions and a cap on these hikes in rent until 1482 can be implemented and give some relief for people. Now, there's probably thousands of people who are right now wondering if they're going to have a place to live in a matter of weeks or days. They have no way of getting down here. These meetings are held in the middle of the day. These people are working for a living. These people are going to schools. And we brought people down here expecting that they would be able to, who came here at great inconvenience to themselves, and they were hoping to be able to get up and talk about this and what we can do to resolve the situation, and they waited and waited and waited, and I think most are gone at this point. And these are just the people who managed somehow to actually get down here. You have no idea how hard it is for them to get here. So please, would you consider, would you do this? Would you give us a moratorium as they have implemented in Los Angeles County to relieve the situation until we can have 1482 implemented? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. William Barnett. William Barnett. Oh, thank you, sir. And William is followed, if here, by Chad Osborne.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen. My name is William Burnett. I'm 72 years old. I'm a veteran, honorable discharge. I've lived in Sacramento for 45 years. I used to be strong. I'm crippled now, half crippled. Okay, I live in let's talk to the apartment complex, Bell Oaks apartment. 5 years I lived there. My rent for October, this month, mover request confirmation. SHRA, okay, cannot accept over $770. And they told me to get a voucher, which I did. It's over here. Okay. 90 days notice of termination of tenancy. Whatever it is. Okay, I wish you guys a Merry Christmas because mine's gonna be hell. I gotta move to 26. Christmas is the 25th. And I gotta be out of that apartment. I'm gonna call the sheriff. So, the 26th, you open up your present, get a cup of coffee, donut, cake, whatever. And we're gonna spend Christmas in the street. I've been, got my TV, my bathroom, my kitchen. I eat good. Thanks to my neighbors, take me to the store. Walmart, 99-cent store, whatever. What am I gonna do? I gotta rent if I gotta move, I gotta rent a U-Haul. I gotta get a dictionary driver with a valid driver license. I gotta have 2 movers. That's gonna cost me a lot of money. I gotta pay Then if I get an apartment, I gotta pay deposit plus rent. That's another $1,200. Where you gonna get the money? That's. Ms. Greer, the last landlords, and Ms. Bill, they were nice people. They sold the place. I don't know how many millions of dollars.
Mr. Barnett, can I ask you to wrap up so that others can speak?
Huh?
Yes, if you don't have to, just wrap up. You don't have to leave her at this moment.
So, you tell me, you guys, sir, ma'am, where are going to get the money to?
Okay.
Do you all?
Okay, so this is an item that's not on the agenda, so we can't address it, but we are listening, and we actually have staff that is waiting to make a comment on the subject.
Okay.
I want to,
As well as a supervisor. But
You got people over there with families with 3 little kids, older people more than me. Boom, boom. You got 2 months, 3 months.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett.
Okay.
Thank you. At this time, I'm just going to ask Mr. Wagstaff, you have.
Well, thank you, Supervisor, and I want to thank the witness for his testimony. We're aware of this situation at the Bell Street Apartments. DHA is working with SHRA to set up some outreach time on site with the tenants there. Those details are being worked out. We know time is of the essence, as the witness just said, in terms of the timing. So we're trying to work out that detail, but we will be there reaching out to the tenants in the hopes of providing housing alternatives for as many as possible that are there.
Okay, thank you very much. Chad Osborne.
Hello, my name is Chad. I'm with the Sacramento Tenants Union. Each of the Board of Supervisors should have gotten a copy of the motion that was recently passed in the City of LA, a retroactive no-cause eviction moratorium. And that's what we're asking for folks who are getting evicted in the County of Sacramento. I'm here with some people from Bell Oaks Apartment. 54 tenants got 60 and 90-day eviction notices. That means that they will be kicked out right before Thanksgiving and right before Christmas. So we kind of have a moral obligation to make sure that these folks aren't being put on the street, because a lot of these people are handicapped, on Social Security, fixed incomes, and we need to do something about it. So this is happening across the state. Greedy and predatory landlords are evicting their tenants in order to evade the tenant protections that go into law January 1st under AB 1482. And this county has a humanitarian obligation to protect tenants between now and January 1st. We have examples from Burbank, Stockton, Daly City, Los Angeles, and of course all the other apartment complexes and single-family homes that we don't hear about these evictions happening, that we don't have data for. So in LA, their council members voted unanimously voted 13-0 to pass a retroactive no-fault eviction moratorium to protect tenants now who are being evicted by landlords who want to get rid of them and jack up the rents before AB 1482 goes into effect. The tenants at Bell Oaks have lived here for decades. One tenant has lived here for 38 years. They've never broken their leases or been late on rent. If we do nothing, the end of 2019 will see a surge in homelessness because of landlords trying to evade these new protections. And so today we're urging the County of Sacramento to follow LA's lead and protect tenants by passing a no-fault eviction moratorium. And I would add that I would like this to be agendized for the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kennedy, me and my wish I had to pay for parking. I don't know if you called our names yet, but just in case.
I'm sorry. I believe I did call you. Mackenzie, I did call you, but I'll get to you in a moment. I'm calling everybody that was not here when I called them.
Okay.
Okay. Debbie Story.
Hello, and thank you for listening. I, too, am a Bell Oaks apartment tenant, but I am not on SHRA, and my rent takes up most of my Social Security check. I do have a small income of $100 or more that I get each month for something other than Social Security, but for the most part, my rent takes most of my check. When I was given the notice, I asked, I was given a 60-day notice because I am not on SHRA, and I wrote a letter, which I've given each of you a copy of, asking for an extension of 30 days because it would be a hardship for me to come up with the rent and deposit and pet deposit, and then because I'm partially disabled and I'm an older adult, I'm going to have to rent a truck and hire somebody to move me because I have a china cabinet and heavy furniture. And so I asked if I could get an extension, and I haven't received, I sent it certified mail, and I haven't received an answer back other than the person that as far as I know, is still the owner of the complex. Came out and told me the other day, he asked me if I wanted some boxes, and I said, oh, that'd be nice. And then he said, well, I can help you carry stuff. And I said, well, I don't have anywhere to go yet. I'm still looking. And he says, well, you better find something because, they're not going to do what you've asked for. And I thought, well, because he's told 3 different people 3 different stories as to who owns the complex. We cannot find out who the owner is. And so then he said, well, you bet, you can pack up boxes. I said, I don't have a place to go. He goes, well, you've got your car. And I said, well, that didn't make sense to me. I said, he goes, well, and you can pack the boxes that you're going to have to end up giving to Goodwill. And I thought, that was rude. And I turned around and I said, you know what, I'm not giving away everything I own just because, just to make you happy. It's not fair, And he says, well, you got to do something. So I walked away. But I came in with the Sacramento Tenants Union, asking them to please, and I'm asking you to please do the moratorium. We need help because it's going to be a lot more people than just our group.
Thank you. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. We don't know whether or not there's other speakers that want to speak to this particular subject, but I just wanted to make sure that I voiced my opinion on it. And with what the chair mentioned earlier, we cannot take action today on this item. However, this is an extremely troubling situation, and I'm thankful that our staff, and I understand Supervisor Peters' office is working on that as well in terms of the specific circumstance. But I do think this warrants our immediate attention, and I'm not sure what the process protocol would be, but I think if we had the time, we'd otherwise want to study it perhaps to death, but we don't have that time. So I agree with the speaker that said we should agendize consideration of this for our next meeting, which would be November 5th. So I'd like to give that express direction to our CEO that we see that occurs.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Magashi Ali. And Ms. Nadal, we will be hearing testimony on item 15 in the afternoon.
Hi, good morning.
Go ahead.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm new here. I just came out here from Alameda County. I'm a tenant at Bell Oaks Apartments, and I've actually been there only 5 months. 5 months. Within that 5 months, I'm on a 1-year lease with Sacramento Section 8. My lease is up next year in April, but this same thing will be happening to me that's happening to my fellow tenants. We're like a family there, everyone knows everyone, we look out for each other. And to see everyone walking around like a cloud is over their head every day, to see people crying because they have to move their families, especially ones that's been there for 30 years, that's never missed a day of rent, that's, always smiling no matter what. Kids that are going to the nearest school that's been there since they were babies and now they have to go. My daughter goes to Sacramento State right now, and she wants to stop her education her education to help me. That's not right. And I'm asking you guys, it is important, and we're not really looking to stay. You know, these are our homes. We're looking to stay. Well, I'm not speaking for everyone, but I just know for me and some of the people that I've talked to, they're not looking for you to send them to a Salvation Army. They're not looking for them to be sent to a hotel. They want to stay in what they've been considering home since day one. And, you know, we're going to fight no matter what. If we have to bring the news media out here, if we got to sit down on the steps, if we got to lay down on the steps, this is not right. This is not right. Just imagine if this happened to your children. What would you want them to do? I've always told my kids, I'd rather you fight standing up than just lay down and do nothing. So that's what I'm asking you guys. Please help us, because we're not going away. We're going to stay right here until we figure out this is not the bottom line. This is not about a dollar bill. This is our lives. You know, and if they want to make money somewhere else. But when you come over here to this family-oriented type building, then you're going to go for a fight, and we're not leaving. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kenzie Wilson.
So I'm also an organizer with the Sacramento Tenants Union. I think I've said that. And I seriously welcome to the campaign for a moratorium. I want to double down and add that we're also going to come at about a rent increase moratorium as well. Because what we are seeing is en masse, landlords are trying to get rid of tenants before 1482. We already know that here in Sacramento, our lowest income renters spend more than 50% of their money on their income. We know that more than 50% of Sacramento County rents. Right, these are actual numbers that have been given to us by SHA, SHRA. You guys have the same numbers. We all know what's going on here. We do know that this is just the start, right? This is the beginning of our campaign, so we're going to be asking more and more tenants across the county to come and tell us when they've been getting these 60-day notices and these rent increases. And I guarantee you what we're seeing in LA, daily, Stockton, Modesto, it's going to just get bigger and bigger. So we want to be really proactive here, and we're bringing this conversation to you now because LA has just set precedent for what we should be doing. We need to protect our community from poachers. That's what these folks are. These are real estate poachers. These are folks who are literally capitalizing off of our poverty. So as a community who's not only just demanding services and for us to be able to connect the dots, I'm telling you that even the folks that are going to be experiencing this, I'm scared shitless for them to become in contact with our law enforcement system because they might end up outside. Right? So it's like extreme proaction. I see the date August 1st, 2019. This is what we discussed as a date to have gone back to a retroactive date for this moratorium. And the reason we've talked about this is because the 1482 conversation started happening around these times. We saw Crest Oaks here, and this is in Susan Peters' district, both of these apartment complexes, receive a 50% increase to the entire complex in August. In September, every single person inside of Bell Oaks received a 60 or 90-day eviction notice. So August 1st, it's 1482 conversation time. It was on his desk in September to sign. He signed it last month. We need to really be aggressive on this, you guys. And Gil, I'm going to come over and give you our email address and stuff and our phone number, so that way we can begin to maybe set up some meetings with y'all and have this agendized. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Robert Copeland.
Hi, I'm a member of Sacramento Tenants Union Poor People's Campaign. I was at Sac State last month. 12% of their students are estimated to be homeless. So if you don't pass this moratorium, more people are going to become homeless. So there was a lawyer in LA named Dennis Black. Wants a LA area trade group to evict low-paying tenants. We're seeing rent increase of 200% in some cases in other cities. I don't want that to happen in Sacramento County. People at Bell Oaks apartment complex should get protection. So I'll be here when you vote on that moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Jacob Buckley. Angela Sardo.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Angela, and I'm a second-year medical student and lifelong resident of Sacramento. I'm here with the intent to amplify the voices of the patients that I serve in student-run clinics, the patients that I will serve in the future as a physician, and for the broader health of our community. We are in the midst of a public health crisis with respects to jail overcrowding and inhumane conditions within our jail system. And I think we're at a crossroads where we can choose to only focus on chasing symptoms or to also address the underlying illness. The disproportionate representation in our jail system of those who are unhoused, those with serious mental illness, and Black and brown community members is a symptom of systemic social, economic, and health inequity. The item discussed this morning is an attempt to manage the system, but misses the mark without the incorporation of proactive diversion programs, mental health services, and substance use treatment. And again, we still need to keep our eyes on the goal of treating the underlying cause, which is the social, economic, and health inequity. Thoughtfully decreasing the jail population works towards that. Reinvesting in social services, including housing, mental health, and substance use treatment, works towards that. It's a choice of who we want to be, because how we make policy decisions and allocate our resources reflects our society's values. I urge you to prioritize the health of our community and all of its members by investing in solutions that heal us rather than punish us for our circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. Caitlin Esparza.
Hi there. My name is Caitlin Esparza. I'm also a medical student here in Sacramento. I'm here because as a future healthcare provider, I'm extremely concerned about the way that our county chooses to allocate its resources. It's not unknown to everybody in the room that there are deep inequities in healthcare outcomes here in Sacramento, across California, across the country, and that the people who are placed in our jail systems are not the people who are a threat to our community. The people who are in jail are people who have mental illness, people who are unhoused, people who aren't getting the services that they need because we're not putting resources towards those services. The proposed jail expansion would put resources into a system that doesn't treat people. The alleged treatment that people receive for mental illness or for addiction in jails is really just solitary confinement. If someone's put in jail, they are almost always unable to access the medications they need, whether that's for a chronic health issue, a mental health issue, for addiction. And the discontinuation of that kind of treatment has irreparable harm on people's health. You can't undo the damage that happens if somebody stops taking the medications that they need while they are forcibly incarcerated. It's not a new idea to divert people away from jails and into community treatments. Counties across the country are doing this. Contra Costa County is less than an hour away, and they incarcerate at half the rate that Sacramento does. Since AB 109 back in 2011, they haven't seen a rise in their county jails because instead of putting resources into more beds, they put resources into diversion strategies and community resources. Counties such as Philadelphia have reduced their jail populations without an increase in crime. They've actually seen a decrease in violent and property crimes. Incarceration is not an appropriate response to mental illness, it's not an appropriate response to homelessness, and it's not an appropriate response to addiction. The medical evidence is extremely clear, the social research is extremely clear. We should be putting money into services and providing care, not cages.
Thank you very much. Ms. Nadal, we actually did close the public testimony on this item, but you got your card in during the item and you stepped out,
Thank
so
you,
you
Mr.
may come up.
Thank you, all of you.
Sure.
I want to make it short. Really, all I can say, I was state reprobates last year. We turned in 600,000 signatures for AB 1506 Costa-Hawkins. What a law. Right now, I'm a renter. I own 3 homes in Elk Grove. I'm married 43 years. I'll be 64 years old, and I've never seen such a crisis. I saw this crisis 3 years ago. Mac Road was $600. It's $1,100 for 1 bedroom. People are suffering with roaches and rats. We don't want to live in humane. People deserve to know. Next month, my lease is up. My rent could be $1,800. It could go $200. There's no cap. We're suffering. My husband, he's had 2 brain surgeries, a heart attack. He's still working at 67 years old. I don't mind working, hard work, but there's people on the street. May 1st, remember I said nobody get hurt? When I walked out my door on May 1st and saw Florida, Fruit Ridge and Stockton, McKenzie was arrested. LB was arrested. Someone's arm was broken. People are desperate. I'm watching people come to my community, sex trafficking, 13-year-old children. This is our state capital. I love this community. I love Sacramento, but it's scary out here. You can barely walk down the streets now. I have men trying to buy me. It's like, you know what? Let's do something. We got to look better than this, you guys. We're all better than this. We're going to fight a good fight of faith. Last year on Valentine's Day, Mackenzie, Wilson, Ace, we shut down a whole complete register. Whoever the owner of that, we're going to shut them down. We're going to make demands. We're not going to ask. We have to do this, but I think we can all just work together on one page. Just picture your children out there. I have a son with 2 strikes, but he has a job. Once incarcerated, our cops are crazy. I've been slammed to the ground at UC Davis and charged with lynching. I didn't lynch anyone. I was hurt on April 4th. I have 7 silent illnesses, a wheelchair, till I've never walked 3 times without surgery. I am passionate about this fight. I've touched every mother who's had a child killed by gun violence. We have a lot of issues, you guys. We don't expect you guys to fix this by yourself, but together as one, united as a community, we can get this job done. You know your children aren't going to go to jail. We have cops on the streets that are road dog. I'm watching 4 and 5 sheriffs watching little girls get pushed out their cars. I'm watching pimps push little girls out of cars. We have a crisis. We have a 911. Our whole country's in crisis. We're just one small city in a big old country. But let's look better. I love California. I came from segregation in 1963. In high school, I had a 4.0 at 17 years old. I chose to survive. I choose to fight hard. I'm in pain right now, every day of my life. But no opioids. You know what? Acupuncture work. Get up, because we're going to shut whoever owns that apartment complex up. If I got to head it myself, let's get together and let's do something. We can do it the right way, or we're going to have to shut them down. We will shut them down.
Thank you, Ms. Nadeau.
Excuse me, sir. I was with my wife, and this is, I have really wanted to comment on this. I just went on 15 because
Well, if you want to comment on something that is not on the agenda, you still have an opportunity to do that. Just fill out a card, and I'll call your name when it comes up.
Okay. On this agenda here, right?
Well, this is not agendized. This is off the agenda. Judy Hyman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name's Judy Hyman, and I'm a East Sacramento homeowner, lifetime public servant, and a concerned Sacramento County resident in Mr. Cerna's district. My comments really relate to several issues from this morning and this afternoon, and don't fit neatly under one issue, so I appreciate you hearing me out during this general comment period. I've never been to a supervisors meeting before or spoken to the board, but I came today because I'm alarmed that the county is moving toward expanding our jail system when that's the opposite of what experts say makes for a healthy community. I urge you to instead invest in education, healthcare, and alternatives to incarceration to strengthen our community. I urge you to instead reduce our jail population. It's unnecessary, unproductive, and unconscionable that 6 out of 10 of those held in our jails haven't been convicted of a crime and are just awaiting trial, mostly because they're too poor to pay bail. I urge you to instead cancel the $89 million expansion of the Rio Casumnas Correctional Center.
Okay, now you're getting dangerously close to talking about something on the
to
agenda.
remove barriers to records expungement and to adopt the recommendations of Decarcerate Sacramento. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Justin Kay. Okay. Riza Pilatowski. Riza here? No. Kenji Tamari? No. Kalinda Jones?
She had to leave.
Thank you. Kieran?
Had to leave.
Is it Mary O? Okay.
Had to leave.
Liz Blum?
Had to leave. Had to leave.
Jeff Barker, or Barks, sorry. No. Naya Moorweathers, it looks like. you.
Question looks like.
Kian Bliss. J.D. Hodge. Mr. Hodge. What?
He's here.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me. It's my first time being here.
Sure.
I spoke to you personally, Phil, concerning my matter. Assault on a disabled person goes unwarranted. I'd like to know why. Because I have a email from the following board members talking about that we can't help you, assist you in this matter because this is a criminal matter. Take it up with the sheriff's department. I went to the sheriff's department. I've been 86th out of the sheriff's department. So to me, assault on a disabled person goes unwarranted. No justice. Sorry, I don't see any mouths moving, no ears, no nothing.
Well, sir, just again to explain, when you're talking to the Board of Supervisors on an item that's not on the agenda, by law, we can't interact on the subject, but we listen and the staff is listening as well.
Well, I just want to know why it's a criminal matter and all of a sudden nothing's being done. Because I have his email from the Board of Supervisors, Mr. Chong, talking about this is a criminal matter. It needs to be investigated by the Sheriff's Department. But like I said, I've been 86 out of the Sheriff's Department, so I can't get any investigation. Can you tell me why?
We cannot have a dialogue back and forth on an issue that's not on the agenda.
Well, we need to make an agenda. Apparently, assault on a disabled person doesn't need to be thrown to the wayside. It needs to be a Class A felony.
Yes, sir.
He should get a lawyer.
Now, what are we going to do about this?
Again, we're listening and we will follow up with staff after the meeting.
Do you need to see the email that I have from Mr. Chong and the Board of Supervisors?
I don't think that's necessary.
Okay. So what is the next move?
As I said, we will follow up with staff after the meeting. So thank you and your time is up. But we heard you, we're listening, and we will speak with staff and find out.
So I just wait?
The specific. Unfortunately, we can't do anything here today.
Okay, so is there going to be like an email to me, a correspondence?
Do you get your contact? I understand Mr. Chung probably has your contact information, so we have that, so we will respond accordingly.
Yeah, because I went to go speak to Mr. Chung today and he didn't answer.
Thank you, sir. We have to move to the next speakers. Thank you. We heard you. Thank you. Mr. Nadal, item not on the agenda.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Hopefully I can make it on time. The reason that I oppose the funding of $89 million to expand and whatever else with the police services is even though that may be like well-spent money to incarcerate people, but should our goal be different? Should our goal be something ahead of that so that we don't need to expand? Could our goal possibly be more community-oriented? You know, I know that we don't have leaders like Martin Luther King and different great people that had a large crowd, and that we're mostly individuals and small groups. But we all have the same message, and I think that great weight should be placed on that. I hope that it would have helped me as a youngster before I got incarcerated if I would have had someone helping me. I was a very smart student. I was an A+ student, but I was a failure in citizenship because school did not interest me. I told my junior high school teachers, I make more in one day right now than you make the whole month, so how are you going to encourage me? That was 50 years ago, sir. I'm not the person and as young as I used to be. And after that time, I have worked with children and with minorities and with disadvantaged communities for the last 50 years. I say that there is so much need in the community that we have. I hope that you can take more of a preventative approach rather than trying to go in the back approach by filling the jails. Put that same effort of trying to keep them closed, of trying to put that money into the community where it hurts. We now have other issues in regards to the rent increases and stuff. I am affected by that as well.
Okay.
My landlord straight up told me, Fernando, I don't know what to do. I represent a lot of people. They're all small owners, and they haven't raised rents on people for years because they have good people living there. They don't want to lose them.
Can you wrap up, sir?
But now he's telling me we have to consider increasing rent because we haven't do it, and it might be a dramatic increase. And I try to tell him, don't count on that money right away, because what happened in LA hopefully will happen here, and we can put a moratorium on those increases before.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, we had a Jeff Barca.
What's that?
We had a Jeff Barca on the.
I believe I called it earlier, so yes. If,
I had to step away.
that's fine. That's fine.
I apologize
No,
to the
no.
board.
That's-
I'm
nope.
a high school coach.
No problem.
And I had to go have a preseason meeting.
Okay.
The reason I come in front
Good
of
luck,
you...
by the way.
I'm sorry?
But good luck with the season.
Thank you, sir. The reason I come in front of you today is talking about a moratorium on no-fault evictions. AB 1482 was passed by the governor recently, and throughout the state you're seeing a large increase in no-fault evictions and raising of the rent. I'm presently on Section 8, and I've been out there looking, and there's a 2-year waiting list for nearly every location that takes Section 8. Down in Los Angeles, as I'm sure you supervisors are aware, they put a moratorium on no-fault evictions through December 31st, with the new law taking effect on January 1st. And I'd like to urge you, board, to consider this and to put this on the agenda for next Tuesday so that it can be explored further. It's a real hardship trying to find some place to live in Sacramento. And I'm not even talking rent. I'm just talking as someone who is involved in the SHRA program. And I really urge you, supervisors, to consider putting this on the agenda for next Tuesday and allowing us to explore it further.
Okay, thank you. And just, I don't want you to come down here next Tuesday because we don't meet next Tuesday.
Oh, okay, I got that information.
We have given the direction to have an item put on the next agenda.
Could you tell me, sir, when the next...
Which is November the 5th.
5th. November 5th?
Yes.
Thank you. I
Okay.
appreciate that to all of you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's all the cards I have right now, and we do have a closed session. Yes, so we will recess into closed session.